Good morning, good morning, good morning, and good morning. We are going to, we gonna make it. Oh my God, I swear I didn't have plans this weekend, y'all, and I still feel like all I did was run. Good morning, I see. Oh, was that Kitty Cat, Gemini, Summer Monroe? Hey, Summer. Maria, hey, Mac Juice. Good morning, Lori. There go Jay, Tierra, Sierra, Haley. Friend, you gonna cut up early this morning? Lord, right there behind you. Uh-oh. Good morning, Shay. Hey, Max, good morning. Oh, Lord, I can lay back down. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Good morning, Trina. We in here. So we got a few things going on today, as long as all goes well. So, of course, we are in day 19 of Clancy. In about 3 hours, they should be getting started on the day 6 of the unaliving of Tupac Shakur. But also, as long as all goes well, jury selection should start today for Thank You, Therapist Bay. I need to be laid across your couch. I'm just playing. Oh, don't get me wrong. I am a proponent of therapy. I have taken myself a couple of times. That's one of the things. That's one of my prayers, Therapist Bay, is that I don't fumble the things that my mama didn't have access to. And the top 2 on those things, judge me if you want to, is therapy and apps, Instacart, Walmart app, Uber Eats, Those are 2 on the top of my list. But today should, as long as everybody goes the way that we think it should go, if everything, because we've seen it where people walk in, we think they're going to pick a jury and they just take a deal. Danker. But jury selection is still supposed to start today in Texas versus Kewan White, aka Yellow Beezy. I'm sorry, Kewan White is the popper. Marquise, that's his name. Marquise Conway is Yellow Beezy in the unaliving of Melvin Noble, aka Mo 3. Yes, Dupree, that's what we're starting with today. It is 6:06. So we are 3 hours apart from the East Coast right now, for those who on the East Coast. But as y'all know, especially those who've been watching trials with me for a little while, Arizona does not acknowledge daylight savings or spending time. So half of the time, I'm 3 hours away from the East Coast, and the other half, I'm 2 hours away from the East Coast. So, no, I'm in Arizona. So when the clocks change, I won't be on the same time as Arizona anymore. I'll be on Mountain Time with Colorado now, Utah, and all that. I'm on Cali time now. Is Keisha Golden in Chicago? Was that Chicago? Y'all see, less than a month after he applied for a medical release due to his the status of his illness. I believe he had cancer. It's Chicago. Okay, I had to whisper it because I didn't know if I was talk about the right one. Is that the one? She in the leg. She got him in the leg. Sharonda, get you. I'm gonna tell you. Get some flexi rods. Long as you get it in there, it don't matter what I promise you, it don't matter what it look like when you get it in there. When you get it in there, it just come out and you could just fix it. It just curl it up. I swear I look like a kid that just came off recess when I get them in there. Y'all know I'm not I can get it done, right? But it ain't cute when they go in, but it come out cute when they come. I want to see Asia. I was looking into that. I sure did, Mac Juice. I had a lobster roll, some sweet potato fries, and some soul punch on Saturday. But Big Unc is not real big on seafood, so he didn't have a lobster roll. Then I had yesterday, Big Unc went over there to pick up our plates, and she just had the food spread out like we was at a family dinner. So Big Unc made my plate yesterday. And his was insanely heavy. He had fried chicken, yams, greens, macaroni. I believe he brought home some peach cobbler. She also sent me some more red beans and rice. And then I had a piece of fish, but I also had the stuffed turkey wings, mac and cheese and greens. And she's from Chicago. I told y'all see, I told her, all I said was my house. And she told me to pick a Mickey. I said Safari Mickey. I told y'all, I came out, there was vines and monkeys and animals hanging from my ceiling. There was a giraffe on my patio, stuffed animals. I showed y'all the stuff. I said Mickey Mouse. That's what I said. You better get them started, because if she cook again, Tiffany, I busted one. I had to replace one. I busted one, Tiffany. In my defense, it wasn't because I was eating. It got stuck on a dress that I had. The dress had these little chains in the back, and I went to pull the dress off because I didn't feel like fighting with it. And so I pulled it over my head and pulled beads with it. I bust my white clear one. Now, I will say since it is still August, and August is Black Business Month, and so the Stiletto talks, there's Stilettos and Blanc at the only Black woman-owned wine bar and restaurant in Arizona. Is it Tempe? But it is the owned by celebrity chef Neek Fields. It's called Slate by Neek Fields. And remember, I told you we had our event, but she didn't open till 3:00. And after 3:00, she was having a live taping, like it might have been a cooking show, I'm not sure. But she was having a live taping. And that's what they were getting ready for after our event. And I told y'all they invited us to come back this weekend because she's doing a live taping for, I believe, Amazon. And y'all, look how cute this is. I'm like, you got to give me more of a heads up, but I'm with you. Didn't I send it? I sent it to somebody. It's Miami Vice.
This court is now in session. You may be seated.
Yes, please.
Get your eyes to a mic, ma'am.
Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Did
All
you
right. So are we ready for the jury?
We are.
All right. So what we'll do is can I see counsel just very briefly, just in regards to today's schedule?
Y'all, this courtroom, I don't know that this courtroom has been this packed the entire time. And if it has, then we must have a new cameraman, because before they were not going up into the rafters for us. Also, Yates said they plan to do a day of preparation. So, Jay, so if they still choose to go forward with that, then we can expect that once Reddington rests, they're going to have a day off and then come back. There's going to be a day in between resting and closings. Here in my city at a high school football game over the weekend. Oh my God, praying for their families. Baby, I saw something. Remember we were talking about the neighborhood that I grew up in and that there was like the big case with was it a doctor and the wife, and they went over there and they ended up arresting the woman's ex-husband. Was it the dentist? It was the dentist in Columbus, Ohio. And I said they tried to say, oh, that must have been an initiation. You know what that neighborhood is. They're trying to change it, blah, blah, blah. All that changing. And it's like they used to have like a gallery hop, but they're trying to change the look of it all up and down High Street in between Ohio State's campus and downtown Columbus. And baby, and had another one. Somebody that passed away this weekend.
LBBB.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
Kathy. I start seeing bugs on TikTok. I say, oh, there go Kathy.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, we're going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back to the trial. So the first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Last question: is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we're going to do from the schedule today, if you remember on Friday, we were in during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination. And the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed.
They don't need to be in the same room.
Presented their case. Then after they were done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right. And when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right. So that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right. So that's where we are. So at this point, I'm going to, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah.
Dr. Mack, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate 1 or 2.
So if you estimate 1 or 2 times, would this be your 3rd time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the 3rd time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them
Okay.
in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility? And this would be your 3rd time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz
Yeah, I knew that.
conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that at Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
Take my vitamins.
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall the the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that, I guess, had to be tested, right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No.
Okay, so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, again, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you.
Well, what do those benefits have to do with what we're talking about here?
You did not survey any data. Recall that, sir.
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Well,
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers?
Y'all, I'm about to scream. This don't have nothing to do with the price of rice in China. Come on. This, if you want to prove that he is untruthful, then go back to the one where he was told that he doesn't do enough forensic psychiatry and he only talks about the adolescents. Because you're talking about something where he said, yeah, that would be an adequate way to test people if you use blood or urine for whatever reason they were going to test them for. He's a psychiatrist. Why the fuck would he be able to say anything about anybody testing anything? He don't work in a lab. Like,
studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research. Do you agree with that?
I think Social Security.
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TANF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
yes,
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right. So to answer
Okay,
your
the
question about
answer is right.
yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Helbrun. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
That's not what
you'll
you
have
got.
to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Duxbury?
Kirk.
Kirk. Okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate
I don't think
Lindsay?
he's desperate. I think he's trying to level the playing field.
And what was the date that you evaluated
I
her?
think he's trying to get it down
Was it
to
February
I
date?
think the first,
both of our experts
the first
will
date
lie
was
when the truth
April
produced
10th.
so they can be
Okay.
on an
the
even
second
playing
date
field.
was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
Why?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home. Okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
No,
know?
he didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Duxbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Halpern at Duxbury Hospital, yeah.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But it's Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Halpern, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Duxbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or
you
in the
had,
lobby.
sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy, but creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went
A lawyer by
to
heart.
Duxbury
Yes,
Hospital. Is
no,
that
I
fair?
don't recall.
Yes,
Okay. And the records would be obviously cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. is it Zeisel?
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbron.
To Dr. Who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbron. and I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained obviously after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't a conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
And that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that
Okay.
is the
So,
core component of that report.
okay, that's the component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes,
That would be Jennifer Tufts,
yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tuff.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the
Okay.
exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yes,
Spalding Rehab, right?
yep,
Duxbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Oh God, are you about to do another pop quiz?
Toxicology records, police
I ain't had enough
reports,
coffee.
grand jury testimony. You read all that too, right?
Correct,
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes,
And where did you meet them?
the prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically, they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
Ooh,
It ranges over the years, several $100,000 of dollars.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
More.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
you gonna make sure they remember Deets.
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're
Wow.
talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was
I told y'all
retained by
Red
the
was gonna go
district
home
attorney's
and
office,
read.
yes.
All right.
That's all
And let's talk
Police
about
department.
let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety,
No. This is
working on- I
Doctor.
would like to be able
Hold on,
to
doctor, please. Listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead. Mr.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has a idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay, so would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working, whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes,
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Ms. Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards. They have to open the door. They have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in. You have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrunn sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask.
And she was Fair to say she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Duxbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yes.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing, the psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychological or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be the test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The
Okay.
MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with Dr. Mack's opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But
So
the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
Because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that
Okay.
the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay, so you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about. I don't know. We're looking at each other.
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but
Either-
yes, next.
Yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir?
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her K scale effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I'm aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
Y'all lucky this mic was muted because I start
An
singing.
individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
Jesus.
I said the
Sir, even your
concern
doctor
about
said
the
it's okay to give it to them as long as they have a
between
mood
SSRIs and
stabilizer. Same
mania
thing
or
that Tuff
bipolar
said.
disorder has
Jesus,
lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does
Not
that mean to
before
you,
this,
sir?
she wasn't diagnosed, no. But they
Mania is a
suspected it.
state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
This piss and match, this what y'all really,
So
this
mania
deal y'all want to
is
die on?
a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, It is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally,
it.
grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your, go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of
He's just old. And old
symptoms
people be stuck
of
in their ways.
bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar.
What I will say is Reddington did what needed to be done this morning, because when we left off, Reddington's expert looked like he taught people to lie when it was really teaching people how to kind of testify. But we left off with, ooh, you teach people to lie. So to get in here and say, oh, you know, court's been striking your testimony since been striking. You know, you're not really qualified. He leveled the playing field. So we looking at both experts like they lie when the truth are due. So which one is the one you're going to look at, right? It's still, he leveled the playing field because it's going to be a battle of the experts. I still think we're going to end up hung though,
One, but
unless something miraculous happens.
In terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required. And only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Duxbury Hospital. And how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No, he said major
So
depressive.
why don't we look at your report and you tell me
Dick, where y'all
what your
agree.
ultimate
She
opinion
was suffering
of
there,
your
and then ride his
diagnosis
ass
of Lindsay
down.
after
Jesus,
evaluating
you keep
her, sir.
picking bipolar. He said major depressive
I
episode
said this
by
the
way
other
of
day
a major
that my
depressive
Why don't you
opinion
say it again,
was
sir?
yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode, and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with? So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report.
It's not the wrong report. It's too early for Reddington. 2 things that Reddington is not taking, and I understand his approach may be that of grumpy old man. Okay, he may be giving a little bit of Walter Matthau. Okay, but what I will say, he's done 2 things. One, even though it was annoying as hell, he did go ahead and level the playing field and say, if my expert lie, yours is a lie too. If my expert ain't qualified, yours ain't all the way qualified either. The other thing is they keep emotionally inflaming the jury with either the autopsies or the exercise bands or stuff like that. So for him to come back and point out that disparities in women's health care is not that or equal to not that of men, right? There's a huge difference. A man, you mean to tell me that a woman that just had a baby is the same thing as a man crying about losing his job? Stress can be stress, but he's putting it out there, the things that are not normally said, right? So he's inflaming the jury in his own way. And I'm not saying he's doing it the best way. Even this morning, he points out, he knows good and well that it didn't have nothing to do with that doctor's opinion. If somebody in Florida said that folks that take these benefits, temporary aid to needy families, are of a certain minority and live a certain way and do certain things. That man did not say that. If that was in Florida's report, that was in Florida's report. But you will inflame the jury if you talk about disparities in healthcare and then you throw a minority in there, because we know there are very large disparities, like 3 times the amount of everybody else when it comes to a minority woman's health care. You see what I'm saying? So it might not be the best way. It might not seem to make sense, but he said, if you gonna take a shot at my expert, I'm taking one at yours. If you gonna inflame the jury, I'm gonna inflame the jury. And so he's doing whatever they do. He might not do it. It might not seem like the best jab or hook, but he's doing whatever they do. You do it, I'll do
the
it.
incident that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Duxbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of a
In
diagnosis?
terms of
Diagnosis.
Yeah.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
Now, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about your...
What I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The
Okay.
question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So-
Sorry. I can't. Can you say that again, please?
We're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was,
Diagnosis.
okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would
No,
be
my
a
question is
depressive
simple. Do you
episode.
recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
Come on, y'all. Y'all got the
I'm
whole
trying to
rest of
answer
the
your
day to
question.
go. Don't
What is
waste
the
all
time
The
here.
time frame,
Y'all both gonna
the
need a
time
drink.
frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Baby Shay, the way I would control
That's
all
your
the week,
opinion,
y'all have
right?
to find me.
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says. It's a
Okay,
4-week
so
period
let's
in
talk
which-
about,
The 4-week period, in which that specifier may be
Ooh,
added.
Jesus.
okay, you recall saying
The
that,
diagnostic rule.
you recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. You recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say,
No.
Which I believe
What
I
did you
did
say to the, come on, what did you say to the
All right,
jury
hold on,
last
hold on.
Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying
to
that?
meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
But that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
yeah, but
in
you
the
can't,
DSM.
postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Right,
Postpartum,
it's an appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
okay, according to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
What is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Duxbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes?
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Duxbury, right?
Onset, Daniela,
She
but
has not demonstrated any signs of
the fact
mania.
that she's on the right medication now always looks
And she
great
hasn't
for
demonstrated
one
any
same
signs of
time.
anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Duxbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example.
Chad, I
initial
was about to say the same thing.
prescription, right?
Somebody might say she's medicated the
I've
right
reviewed
way,
all
and
of those
somebody might
records from
say
Dr. Tufts.
she don't have her
And
kids
you
no more
recall
either.
what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes,
Was that increased?
it was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you
As
see,
she discussed
okay,
with us,
did you
she
see anything in the
desperately
records?
wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period.
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep. That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know
and
that she has a decreased need.
And then
She
the
was
medical.
trying very
Go
hard.
ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episode in this year, or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you
in this
familiar with
brain.
postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis, and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, no, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which according to you has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize in this country the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
All right, sustain. Next question.
So you're familiar, sir, you're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LISCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
No, sustained. I mean, overall, to me, yes. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress. and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
Had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some
Right.
time.
Just like you think that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
You remember Friday, you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold
one
on.
can have.
Excuse me, sir. Friday, you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
And Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, why don't you
The last,
just, hold on. You can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay.
She
Did anybody
after a tear.
did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me, at least, that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So-
Yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things and they, what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other.
Right, but it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and
How-
you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So
Can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy.
And
Sir,
if it,
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
yes.
so would you agree with me, sir, that the
Yes,
next
please, ma'am,
symptom of
referee Sullivan.
postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't
that-
answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason.
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life,
How do we
basically
still miss
overwhelmed?
common ground?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis.
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding, yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to
Watch it,
January
sir.
24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what well, I can't answer the question as you
Okay.
asked it. I'll put it.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your
A
question.
postpartum psychosis you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
You want him
Let's
to
do
say
this.
she had the psychosis.
Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number 1, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit,
Do you
Understand.
understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
He's going to say that
It's
he
actually
was.
not easy.
It's not.
It's
He's
serious.
not going to diagnose
When
her
we
off
do
the rip
elicit
based off
psychosis
somebody else's
after
word.
a birth,
And you know
we
he's
take it very seriously. Typically,
Who's we? Who's we?
seen that
We take it seriously.
Well,
Who's we?
we psychiatrists, I as a psychiatrist,
Yeah. So would you agree
Yeah.
with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do,
It's amazing
a
that
patient
two
that's coming to you for
grumpy old
help
men arguing
after
about what's
having a
best
baby,
for
so
women.
it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no?
Why are you
Is
asking
it-
That
about
would be
voice? All
psychosis?
last week he referred to
I
it.
don't
her
know
experience.
exactly based on your hypothetical as to
voice.
whether it would count as the proposed
Her experience
postpartum psychosis
described
illness,
as a
disease,
voice. That's what he said
but
last.
it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the
He's not going to
test,
agree at all.
that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that
He's not going to agree. He's not going to go for it. He has already spent all Friday saying her experience that she describes as the voice. So he does not obviously believe that there was a voice or feel like he has enough to believe that there was a voice. Also, you have somebody who's trying to put the DSM on trial, aka Reddington, arguing with someone who did their entire thesis on the history of the DSM. Red's trying to question it, and Max got all the answers for it. This is the worst possible matchup. Let us unhand us.
That you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices, especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a concern.
How about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across in my evaluation a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number 2, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality?
He already talked
Did she
about all
complain
this. He's not going
to
to do it.
Tufts or
He's not gonna
Gelada
do it.
about having distorted reality being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medications she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
Or that
my
she
question,
felt
sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular?
I'm asking you a simple question.
Okay,
Do you
well-
agree that
Gee.
postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness, or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I am asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here.
God
You're
bless.
testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context
question
I'm giving it
about
is,
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course and we
okay,
understand
time
what
out, time out.
All right, hold on.
Are you
Let him
telling,
finish. Doc, you done with that answer?
About to fight. And in this
Okay,
corner.
go ahead.
you're telling me, sir, that you don't, basically, you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis? Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association,
The APA, so you,
Hold on, hold on.
by the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
Do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
Dr. Mack, no.
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
The issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
okay, so any time that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You can't just put it together, Reddington, now.
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
They said just
Well, you
put
would
their
agree,
words
sir,
together.
that-
And you would be concerned
You would-
about it. According to the DSM, you would not
All right,
utilize
hold-
that.
I'm sorry. Doc, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental
You
Health,
still want to go by the DSM.
dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum
Maybe they're gonna
psychosis.
be
Do you agree
fighting
with
till
that?
dinner.
Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that. I'm not
Okay,
sure what
the answer is
authority
no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times.
Really?
Overruled. You're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes
You
or no?
said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts,
Okay.
if that's where you're
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring
No,
to
never mind what I'm
worry-
referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional
Jesus.
beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
Do you?
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that you discussed with your
Right. Good.
physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but
Right.
I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
You agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be, that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question the way
Okay,
you
you
phrased
can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, how about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No rule.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
Overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs,
I'm not sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure, prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood test to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum, as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. It never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Commonwealth redirect?
We gonna end that on a I don't care. You got to care.
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area. And then
You get
we'll go from
done.
there. Go
Come
ahead.
on, Sullivan.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I'm not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Duxbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field. And Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about
Like
Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halbrin ended up going to Duxbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Halburn in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, well, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Duxbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halburn offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
we made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, shit. Ain't nothing good gonna come out of this interview. I'm gonna tell you that now. Should have been showed this. I'd have rather watch the interview my damn self than sit up here listening to these two have a pissing match. I do too, but ain't nothing good gonna come out of it. Not for Lindsay. I'll tell you that now. Because they already kind of implied on direct that one, this video existed, and two, that she was able to, she wasn't flat. Her emotion wasn't muted, as it was explained by the defense expert, even though it could have been. But the fact that they implied that she was able to laugh and to smile and to like participate in rapport or a joke, no matter what, as much as somebody could see that as she's on the right medication, somebody can say, if you would have listened, you would have been on the right medication. Maybe your kids would have been here. If she's able to smile now, 3 years later, people are going to wonder what the hell she got to smile about. And if she's there on the right medication and able to do these things, it's going to make the expert who said she was flat, unaffected, emotions muted, cries every day, it's going to make it look like they're lying. So, you know, either way, it's going to be tomato. Somebody going to find something great about it and somebody going to tear it the fuck down. Either way, it ain't going to come out in Lindsay's best interest. If she displayed any inkling of a piece of a shred of a moment of happiness, people gonna say she happy because she don't have her kids, and that's it. So I would like to see it. I just don't think this is gonna do well for Lindsay. I'm just my personal opinion. I don't think it's gonna do well for her at all. Redo it with better people.
That'll be exhibit, yes. Okay, no objection?
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing as to that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding,
Oh, Lord.
that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, right?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
my understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset, or atypical features, or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right.
a
As I
specifier.
said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's
yes,
in there.
the description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9
Right.
In order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
So concentration.
Concentration.
So
a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No, overruled.
The bleeding?
Correct.
No, overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was aware,
Thank you.
but I don't
All
know.
right,
if you had control.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right, next, anything further?
Nothing, thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Como? All right, thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point.
Yes, take a break.
Come back with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness. We'll go on the stand after we get that. All right, so we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sir, sergeant, close the notebook. Face on chairs, please.
Jurors have exited the court.
All right. Anything we need to discuss before the break, Como? All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court is in recess.
All right, so they are on break. We were about 3 minutes behind, so they've been on break for about 3 minutes now. Dear God, that was painful. They haven't started yet. TPD. They have not started yet. But did y'all see? I meant to go back and look. Let me go back and look. Did they put any more of his day 5 up there? Did y'all see a lot of so I'm sure by now y'all have seen Keffe D's passionate plea or addressing the John Skelton had a preliminary hearing today. Oh shit, I might have to get on that. I can't do nothing else. Tiandra, you can't do nothing else. You can't do nothing else. Slow down. Ooh, but John Skelton's ass, I hope they get it. He better come up with an answer and a good one. But Keffe D actually addressed the Yeah, so it looked like Court TVs is gone. So I didn't finish watching day 5 on day 5. I woke up Saturday morning, had my coffee and finished. And I realized that the stream I had been watching was actually gone, removed. And so his expression that, hey, their witnesses keep giving out my address. And now, if that wasn't bad enough, now y'all done gave out my damn sister's address. So I saw a lot of the streams just scrub day 5 altogether and deleted it because now they're perpetuating giving out that information. So the judge did give a warning to the state to talk to their witnesses about giving out this man's address because apparently his home has been broken into, vandalized, his wife's car has been vandalized, and now his sister is now caught up in the crosshairs. Now, I will say, Keffe D, you can't blame this on Tupac. The level of shit you said in them papers. And you know, everybody knows that a proffer is not supposed to be recorded. So for years and years and decades, people could have said, you know what? That proffer did not come from the feds. So it could have been altered. It could have been changed. It could have been remixed. It could have been chopped and screwed, right? But when the federal government gives their former special agent that conducted the interview permission to come down there with his paperwork outlining that proffer, and it pretty much matched that damn tape. You said a lot of things about a lot of people, and I'm just not saying that it's right, but you can't say that was Tupac's people or somebody's still mad about Tupac. Hell, the way you threw Zip's nephew out there, his nephew could have figured it out. Somebody's grandchild could have figured it out. Somebody could have figured out or could have put together or inferred or speculated that, but until you walked your ass in there and said their name, they didn't have any problems. They probably didn't get arrested right that day, everybody, but they did probably start having, somebody set their sights on them. And there was so many people. You crossed states and countries. I mean, you went from Colombia to Mexico up to Cleveland and back down again. So it could be anybody. Not only that, the internet is a crazy place. And people feel like they know you and they get so enthralled in what is happening. And somebody could just be like, you know what? I know you did it to Tupac. I'm going to do it for the culture. You have to watch people, okay? And especially when people don't have nothing else to do. Or they believe it with their whole heart. Like, it's a big thing. But I don't condone anybody going over there messing with nobody's house, nobody's car, nothing like that. My pop always said only people that tear up people's things is people that don't understand what it takes to replace it. Bro, okay. I'm just playing. But he did say that. He did used to say that. But we'll come back with day 6. But the judge did say they need to stop talking to witnesses, but you do too. You need to stop talking to witnesses. So it sounds like both sides are talking to witnesses. I don't know if he was talking about if the judge was talking about him talking to his wife and other folks or what, but she said both of y'all stop it. But I did see that a lot of, except for maybe 1 or 2 streams, is actually scrubbed from the internet and you can't watch it no more. They didn't go in and try to like delete the video, and I get it, go in and try to delete everywhere that address was, but they just deleted the video. That was amazing to me that Mob James sat there and refused, and he said, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not sending this man to jail. You are. I'm not going to say it. Don't ask me that question. He's telling Keffe, I don't like you, but get your lawyer. Get your damn lawyer for some shit come out. And he kept saying it, only to hear that on that tape from 1998, he gave up Mob James' name, nickname, full name, brother's name, and where he was dealing out of. You know, it's just like he spared your ass in 2026 when you've been singing his name since 98. That is some shit. That is some shit. That was crazy to listen to. Yeah, he's not getting no mistrial. He's not getting no mistrial. He's not getting no mistrial. And I think this case was so mishandled that it allows for all the conspiracies to come in. Like I said, I am absolutely one of those people that heard that Tupac was cremated and still thought he was coming back. So I might not be the best. However, at this big age and all these years of watching trials, I can say that this may not even be a conspiracy like people want it to be because of how big he was. This could have just been somebody, a YN that don't care about your celebrity and wasn't going. You disrespected them. You put the paws on them. All of y'all up there trying. I still can't get over Suge Knight's big 300-pound ass trying to haul ass across that carpet in them church shoes like he wasn't about to be ice skating like his name was Christy Yamaguchi. I can't believe he did. He had them shoulders up. It wasn't helping. He was slip slide on trying to keep up with. I think it's a little bit of truth in all of it. I don't trust none of them. I think they all did it. I think everybody had, and I think that just because some person's plan didn't come to fruition, don't mean it wasn't out there. I think that you better take all my. Who else did Death Row have that they can depend on? Snoop went to go be a no limit soldier. Who else did they have that they was going to be able to depend on? Nobody, especially with him running business like that. So yeah, if you think you're gonna walk away from me, I'm gonna lose my money anyway. So I do think even if it wasn't Suge's plan that played out, or his alleged plan, or the rumored plan that he had to take him out with other people, that I think that was a thought. I do think that maybe, to be honest, y'all gotta think about it. Tupac was only that Tupac for what, about 8 months? He came out with a bone to pick. But before that, Tupac was calling out cops. He was calling out the system. He was calling out dealers. He was calling out everybody's shit. He was calling truth to the floor. I don't think everybody was a fan. Even though he started to be loyal to more than one side than the other, before he was trying to unite red, blue, and everything. Okay, he was trying to get the red and blue up in there and make some purple or something. He was not trying to, he was calling out everything. When that man used to talk about, I ain't gonna make it that far, he already knew he was pissing off everybody, but he came from that family. He came from that upbringing. He had an education and a background that most people don't get to experience, or most people get the blissful ignorance to walk around and not understand that it exists. And Tupac did not have that luxury. He understood the system. He understood every single thing that he did. So while one thing may have looked one way, he explained it another. We know that they took thug life. He's a thug. He's a thug. And you know, he had that was an acronym for him. That was the hate you give little infants fucks everybody. You are fucking with us from the time we get on this earth. And this is why we end up like this. He had the 50 ends tattoo with the gap through it. For him, that meant there was, if there were any 50 ends anywhere, 50 black men on the same thought pattern, on the same course, could change anything. That was what that meant to him. But to everybody else, it was 50 ends were gone, right? So he was different. He was different. I think that once he found himself in that maximum security facility over something such as he did, for everybody was yelling his name until that appellate bond was over $1 million. And now all these people that's supposed to have his back, be his friend, be around him, support what he doing, he can't even get out. And then somebody come get him out. He passed. He was passed. And I hate to say this because he's one of my favorites, but he wasn't that big. Okay. So if you pissed got a certain level of education and background. You slick at the mouth. And you don't have no fear. You ain't scared of nothing like low-key little man syndrome, but he really will haul off and launch first like he did on Orlando. That's a dangerous combination with somebody who feels like they have been wronged and somebody who is not scared to die. Keisha, I did not listen, Keisha. When I saw that this trial was starting right after the weekend of Matulu's birthday, Dr. Matulu Shakur's birthday, baby, I was just like, yeah. He could have been anything he wanted to, and he could have did a call to action to any group he wanted to, and it would have happened. It just would have happened. It's just that, unfortunately, once they pissed him off, there was a big group of Reds that was down for the call to action, and Mob James was one of them. Okay. That's just what it was. Okay, that's just what it was. That's just what it was. But I do feel that there was some, and there's some truth in every rumor, and just because one didn't come to fruition before the other doesn't mean that it wasn't in progress. I think he understood that. Y'all gotta think about it. Tupac was calling out cops. Pretty much had no. I won't say he had no respect for authority, but he did not respect cops. He did not. And that's probably partly because of what he had been through, partly because of what he had seen with his stepfather and his mother. But he had a mother who represented herself pro se and won. Okay. He had an aunt that just got to, she went to Cuba, but she did what she had to do. He had a different background. You know, he just did. And you got to remember, I really feel like cops didn't like Tupac either, because remember, he saw them two cops whooping off on that man, and they were in plain clothes, and he hopped out, whooped their ass, and popped them. It was acquitted. And was not quiet about it. Tupac was, you know, I just don't think anybody really liked him. If he was quiet, they would have. If he would have shut up, they would have. And then on the flip side of things, I do feel like him and Biggie's unalivings are intertwined. How exactly? I have a lot of speculations, but it looks like you solve one, you'll solve the other, right? But I don't take lightly, just like I said, this happened right around Matulu's Dr. Matulu Shakur's birthday, or his stepfather's birthday, who provided a lot of his guidance and education. I really feel like this is bringing out Miss Valletta Wallace's name at a time where Biggie's son is saying something ain't right with Biggie's manager. Because y'all see, he's trying to take them folks to court, because apparently Miss Valletta Wallace's will was changed 15 days before she passed away, cutting out Biggie's children and essentially stopping what they got and cutting out basically Biggie's grandchildren, which we knew she would have never done. But I think that's going to bring light to that situation and not let that get swept under the rug, because it's been 30 years. So I think bringing this to the forefront is bringing a whole lot of things to the forefront. And somebody said something about Reggie Wright. I don't trust Reggie Wright's ass either. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I don't trust Reggie Wright. I don't trust and I wondered if they're gonna say something about it. That David Mack, that other cop that ended up robbing that bank and thought he got away with it, but his girlfriend flipped. He also drove a dark colored Charger. Not just Keffe D. Now, let's be real. That car was popular back then. So Keffe had one. David Mack had one. I believe they came up with like more than 5 people who were possible suspects that were either red, blue, or a cop that had one. So it wasn't just Keffe that had that dark colored late model Impala. It was a popular car then. None of them will ever tell the full truth because they're all guilty. That's why I don't believe it. None of it, lawyer by heart. That's why I don't believe none of it. I don't think anybody will ever tell the full truth because they don't know which part are they playing or not they're playing. I think every bad thought they had about Tupac, every jealous thought, every thought they never spoke would make them look like they should be at that defense table too. And so nobody's ever going to tell. They were gangsters first, cop or not, let me tell you. With the LC video they're trying to introduce. It's a video of her evaluation with that doctor we were just talking to. And they probably don't want anybody to see that because I don't think anybody would be able to look at Lindsay objectively ever hearing from her own mouth that she was telling her child to go to God. I don't think that's going to work good for her. They've already implied that she's able to laugh in that video, that she's able to talk in that video, she's able to smile in that video, and that they also implied that a lot of things that she said was about her plight, her tragedy, her not wanting to get up, her not wanting to, having like some despair because of her condition rather than the condition that has been created by her kids being gone. More so by her paralysis and showering being embarrassing. I might be forgetting some stuff from Friday, but that's pretty much it. I wouldn't want nobody to see that video. I don't give a shit how good it was, how true it was. Sir, give your report. Give your report and leave the rest, because the second somebody hears out of Lindsay's mouth, go to God, they're not going to be able to look at her objectively anymore, ever no more, ever in life. They're not. I don't care what nobody says. If you're human, you're not going to be able to look at that the same. But that's what it was. It's the recording of the evaluation that Dr. Mack and I believe a Dr. Hologram. We should see him next, or soon. The evaluation they did. So I don't think it's a good idea. The next witness is also in that video. Yes. Next witness is also in that video. And this next witness is the one who performed the psychological testing on Lindsay. Y'all would have y'all. If I was Lindsay, I'd have to say something. Don't don't play that. I don't care what it said. It's not going to look good. I don't care. It's not going to look good for Lindsay. It's not. Yeah, they pretty much scrubbed the heck out of it. Also, let's see if we can get an update on how it's going. They reported Fox, Dallas, Fort Worth. Jury selection begins. In the M for Hire trial involving 2 Dallas rap artists who were allegedly feuding. All right, so we'll keep an eye out to see if we hear anything about the progress in Yellow Beezy, or what's his name, Marquise. I always forget his name. Marquise, I can't think. picking a trial for him. You know, ugh, that one gets me too. On the freeway, Conway. Thank you, Sean. I have been. I believe Lil Durk's trial starts today too. They were supposed to start openings today, right? Now that trial is federal, so make sure you are following I'm Not a Lawyer But, or the other Mel, as we like to call her. But oh, let me check with Mel too to see if I can put the bug in her ear again. But I'm Not a Lawyer But it's actually at that trial. She's attended all the pretrial hearings, including the last one. She's there for jury selection. She's been given a lot of updates on her YouTube. I believe she puts things on her Patreon. She did finally do a video for TikTok because at first she was like, I'm just going to do a YouTube live because I'm tired. But she did put one together for about the jury selection over in the last pretrial hearing over on TikTok as well. So I'm Not a Lawyer But, or I believe on Instagram, it might be You've Got Mail. But since it's federal and there are no cameras allowed in the courtroom, I'm Not a Lawyer But it's actually there. Deanna, I did less than 30 days. I guess he wasn't lying. Less than 30 days after he asked for that medical release. Well, we know that, what was he, stage 2, stage 3 colon cancer by the end of the trial. And then I think whatever stage he was at, it went up to the next stage by the time he was at sentencing. Like it had spread from the colon to the liver stage. Okay, so he had made a decision. Like, so he, by the time sentencing came, the cancer was spreading. It was, yeah. So we know last month around like July 20 something, might be 21st. I want to say 22nd, but I could be making that up. But by the end of July, it hasn't been a month, I don't think. But by the end of July, there was a request. In July, there was a request to have him released based off of his medical status and his illness being terminal. End of July, it was denied. And less than a month later, he passed from that cancer. So trial's always been the tea, because I be finding stuff. You got to think about it. Because you know what I thought about yesterday? And I ain't even going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you what I thought about yesterday. Everybody used to always say Suge Knight did 9 years for a kick, right? Like he kicked Orlando Anderson and ended up getting us 9 years, right? Which he only did, like 5? But I was like, it really wasn't for a kick, if you understand why he had the 9 years on the shelf in the first place. Because I know that it kind of reminds you of that scene from Belly or whatever, but it's the age-old story where it was two brothers that Suge had nerve to claim that they was coming to the studio bullying people, but they were more so on the side of this ain't your shit, this Dre shit, Dr. Dre got this, and Dr. Dre, is the one who, this is studio. But either way, there was allegedly this phone that nobody was supposed to be on, and one of the brothers was on the phone, and Suge told him to get off the phone, and he told him F him, and Suge pulled out a you-know-what, and he said he still wasn't scared of him, this Dre shit, blah, 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 and allegedly Suge popped right past his ear, and then made him disrobe, and made a fool out of him. And then once he got finished making a fool out of him, I believe they might have beat him too, allegedly. He told him to put his clothes on, but not before taking his ID and letting him know that you tell anybody, and I'm going to be at this address, your mama address, your kids address, I'm going to get all y'all. And that man left out that studio, ran right across the street, flagged down the first cop car he saw and said, that man that went upside my head up there and he got a popper. So that's how Suge ended up getting in trouble, but he ended up getting probation with the 9 years on the shelf. So a video of you participating in a thumping of Orlando Anderson years later is a violation of your parole. So he really didn't go to jail for 9 years for a kick. He went to jail because he was supposed to be good after making somebody take their clothes off in front of everybody and allegedly whomping on them, right? But you got to think about it. Before Suge, they was like 9 years for a kick. That's excessive. They didn't have to give him the whole 9 years for the kick. And we know, even though we thought Moot Tunks was excessive, and it was, that it was a whole lot of time that Whitaker could have gave him, and she gave him the years that she gave him. But they didn't have to give him the whole 9. And I always wondered, why not? Why the whole 9? For a kick? Why the whole 9? That, like, it's not, he didn't go to jail for 9 years for a kick, because we know what he did to get them 9 years on the shelf. What I'm saying is, what happened? Then you gotta think about that DA at the time who was supposed to, who he was taking L's left and right. Think about it. That DA who is supposed to be elected to keep everybody safe and prosecute these big old crimes. He was being paid to do this, and he was losing. I mean, taking L after L after L after L. First, he took the L for O.J. Simpson. Then that same attorney, that same state's attorney took an L for Snoop Dogg, because remember, Snoop Dogg got acquitted of the him about Walter Merriam, Philip Walter Merriam. So Snoop, he lost Snoop. So here come goofball Suge in his dress shoes, come across that carpet. He stroked the shit out of Suge, didn't he? He said, somebody's going to jail. I might have missed OJ, and I for damn sure missed Snoop. But you in them dress shoes is going to prison. Prison! And what the victim said, I'm not a victim. Suge was trying to help me. He said, prison, and I see you in big ass them dress shoes, hightail across that carpet. I seen it. And then so Suge got it. They couldn't get on. He gave Suge 9 years for a kick. All 9 of them. All 9 of them. He ain't saved none of them. He said, go. I got somebody. Goddamn, by George, I got him. Had all that press on Snoop. Snoop walked out that sucker and made a song. He said, you got to go. I got your ass in them dress shoes. I got you. Stroke the shit out of Snoop. I mean, I should. Oh, God. I was thinking about that yesterday. Like, oh, that man took some L's. I know he probably mad they even bringing his name back up. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about me no more. That's a part of my life. I've already made it through. Don't ever talk about me ever no more. Ooh, I know he don't want nobody to talk about him no more. I just stole Big Unc's cup this morning. Y'all ever use this cup? So that's Big Unc at the top. Up here. There go Dallas. There's Denver. And there's Monty. There's my bonus baby, who's now 18. Why all his kids put their head in their mouth? Oh, Lord. Headache. Come on. It's already 11:41 there, and y'all going to be trying to go to lunch in a minute. Man. Listen, all of them. All of them. Where is this time difference going to kill me? Yeah. Mm, mm, mm. I got a little bit with Denver. Dang, Keisha. I got a little bit. I just started getting a little bit of everybody saying, you know what? Denver, you got Denver a little bit. Denver is your twin. I'm like, listen, I knew I lost with Dallas before I even seen him. If I'll go find the picture tonight and show it to y'all tomorrow. I knew I lost with Dallas in the ultrasound. I can see Dallas's lips on the ultrasound. He had his daddy's lips on the ultrasound before I even seen his face. We looked and they said, "Ooh, we got his daddy's lips." I looked at the girl like, "Why are you looking at my husband's lips?" And then I looked like, "Ooh, he do." Okay, maybe you ain't looking at his lips, but don't look again. Man. Yeah, Dallas, I knew I lost before I ever saw him. And I saw Denver's lips on his dang on ultrasound too, because then I was looking. Because how you know, like, listen, you already know. Head whipped around, excuse you. And then older people make comments they don't have no business making, and they don't understand the ramifications of it, you know. And so with Denver, when I sent him to get circumcised, they was talking about Denver. I said, the fuck you say about my son? Oh, everybody. Do I need to file charges? They were looking at me like I was crazy. That ain't cute. That ain't cute. That ain't a compliment. Stay out of his business. Get out his diaper. Oh, okay. What was the day? The 27th. Yeah, it was bad, Brittany. I had to act a fool, and everybody was like, "Oh, it's our hormones." No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I know what I said, and I know who I said it to. Both of them. Oh, that was a hair video. Okay, so now we need to go Miami Vice for this weekend. I'll have to send y'all the information once I have it. I have just been asked to do a podcast episode with the Stiletto Talks podcast about Mrs. Jefferson Says. So I will let you guys know when that will be happening and when it will be airing. Y'all know I don't normally do stuff like that. So y'all start praying. The purpose of telling you so y'all can start praying now that Miss Jefferson don't say something that Miss Jefferson ain't got no business saying on these people podcast. We gonna start praying now. Steady my tongue, Lord. Steady my tongue. Let nothing provoke my tongue to wrath because me the wrong question. Oh, I love For My Man. For My Man, Fear Thy Neighbor. What was the other one? Is it American Monster? Monsters. Oh, the one with Monster in it. I believe it's going to be pre-recorded. It won't be live. It'll be pre-recorded. So we might have to, but still, Monday, we gonna pray. We're gonna pray now. We're gonna start praying now. But I will let y'all know the day I'm recording and then the day so we can go through the whole process together. And it was one they used to have about coworkers. I don't know how many. I thought the state had 3 or 4 experts, but I could be wrong. But we know at least one more is coming because Reddington then told us all about him twice. So we know we have at least one more coming. Baby, he was fighting for his life. Every time I watched that MGM video, he was trying to hold his shoulders up like that was going to be his big ass in them church shoes flying across that carpet. Baby, he could not keep up. Tupac had a stride that was, listen, Tupac was full stride, okay? Almost in full track form, and his big ass could not keep up. Them shoes was sliding all over that carpet. Oh God, that made me want to have a 90s party though. I really want to have some sort of themed party where everybody could just have fun, like so much fun you forget to take pictures, but somebody is taking pictures or something. I'm talking about sweat your hair out, need to bring a hair tie on your hand, on your arm. And I want to have a series of parties. Isn't that crazy? I want to have one that look like house party. I want to have an early 2000s one. Light up built.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Attorney Sprague,
I want a front party in business attire. You know, I want to have some fun. I want to have a series of parties. Your phone don't need to be used for nothing but calling your ride, okay? What was that about?
Court, all right. Jurors entering.
Oh, she stood up quick like it was a. Ooh, they are packed out. Dear God. Oh, Jesus. Don't start yawning at the camera, sir.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Come on with the text.
Back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Callan.
Oh, yeah, y'all about to tussle too. This don't even look like we gonna make it. Oh, Lord, it's about to wring us out like a dirty dish rag.
Start right here. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now coming between the Commonwealth and the defendant.
I might have to do my bang like that for this Miami Vice.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am
Everybody been saying your name wrong, sir.
in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run 2 clinics. One is
Okay, you
a
said
clinic
grab
where
blanket.
I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir,
I got my blanket. Hold on, let me get my popcorn.
for courts and attorneys.
Let
And
me
the
get my
other
popcorn.
is what we call the reentry
Hold on.
project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys. And I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to
shots fired.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times with adults and juveniles. The issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to
Yates has
do
some
if
shit
we're
going
in
on.
the profession
Okay.
of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will
She also tried
favor
to stop the voices
whoever
by
asks
taking
us to
herself out.
conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026. And at that time, spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. Avram Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone, variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings.
Remind him that he found that watch.
As well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Yeah, I want to.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we're going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have in terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school and she got straight A's basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure. And that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them. And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals
talking
who
about
asked
control,
similar
Mac G.
questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle.
Like somebody.
So she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the
He
night
looks like
shifts.
somebody
And
else.
she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those. And from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick. And I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She'd lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, racing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, some kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
When she's coming focus.
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2, but,
okay.
but I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome, but internal thoughts,
You about to
correct?
flip.
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were
Camp out
unwelcome
somewhere
and
near
intrusive, but they
Satan's
were like my
pinky
own
toe.
thoughts. And she didn't get to
And stay
talking
there.
about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit
So
later,
they give him what he
until
wants.
January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
Doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I
all right.
apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now, before we
Yes.
go on to McLean,
Yes,
about Women and Infants, were you able to review the Women and Infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the Women and Infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by Women and Infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes, she was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023, and what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because
Please don't.
one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking
red
that
is gonna drive
medication
you to
in
hell.
October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought
they told her to get
that
it,
medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her 3rd child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work. And he was not taking the bottle. And
he wasn't taking the bottle from her
thing,
ass.
which was important for her, is she was always someone who was she was into exercise, and she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient, that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, it does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time, and depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much. One of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really
Mr.
fast,
Duncan, that's what he
excessive
looked like.
appetites,
Mr. Duncan,
for
who gave
different
Kevin
kinds
McAllister
of things,
them 2 turtle
not
doves
getting tired,
and Home Alone
feeling
2 Lost
important
in New
and
York. Remember
powerful,
Mr. Duncan had the
and
toy
things
store?
like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, to her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Duxbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Duxbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less,
nobody has the same diagnosis.
It's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, whether she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags, and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully
Ooh,
when I'm doing something like this
Star's
is
video
what's the
on
standard for criminal responsibility in the
that
jurisdiction.
disgusting question about
Now,
asking.
I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on. But my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3.
Real quick, guys, Stara pointed out that even though that like maybe Bo and Co are being strategic along with being disgusting, because 2 things could be, or having disgusting moments. I won't call them disgusting people, but having crazy moments. And of course, we know 2 things can be true at one time. But Attorney Stara, shout out to her. She pointed out that crazy question about, are you Catholic and do you believe this is a mortal sin to unalive someone? In the statute for Massachusetts, it doesn't mean that they know that it's legally wrong, that in some way, shape, or form, they understood it was wrong. And if they could get the jury and everybody else to understand that even if she wasn't thinking about the law, she knew based on her faith that that wasn't right or okay, that can still make her criminally responsible, even though she wasn't thinking about the law. And that's the question, Hannah. Does that work? Because if we base it all off of a religion, and to be honest, Lindsay was invited to church. Okay, Lindsay wasn't really going to church regularly. She was invited. So can you still say that she just had this innate understanding that was wrong? Like, I'm sure. Well, I know people are going to say she felt like she was. That the fact that she attempted to unalive herself could have been either psychosis or the fact that she understood she was wrong. I understand. This is going to be a tussle. I don't see how the jury going to come to one consensus, but we'll see.
Parts. There really are 3 parts
Go
to
check out
that
Star's video.
criminal responsibility standard.
Even though she has a rebuttal argument for everything she's saying.
That's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing
Yes, Susie Q. I think somebody's
that-
going to say that.
that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those three elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report, because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
Could I have you pause there for a moment?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
This is
to
a good
break.
time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this
Not
case.
you know my
Don't research
instructions.
about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all right. All right, please. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, just like this.
right, while they're going to lunch.
All right, Doc, give me a step down. All right, anything we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
All right, it looks like they got a late start, so we're only about 18 minutes behind, if that, when it comes to Keffe D here.
Court Part 2 is now in session. The arbitration is presiding.
Good morning, everyone. You can all be seated. We're on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Welcome back, everybody. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Your Honor, I do have some concern with regards to the state's current presentation of evidence in this case.
Okay.
There was some discussion, I believe, that was on recording. That was something that I did not believe should have been included. Some prior bad act that was in the first, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 minutes of the recording that we listened to on Friday. I did not make an objection to that particular point because I was trying to figure out whether it came in under some motion practice prior, and I don't believe it does.
And specifically, what that act is that?
Is that Mr. Davis is talking specifically about criminal history, and he mentioned something along the lines that he was involved in a shooting, and that and it was also because of drugs. We've always known about drugs, that's in his criminal history, but with regards to his reference to a shooting, I think it's highly prejudicial in this case. And I don't know where it's at in there.
And you let it go all weekend?
I was trying to figure out with my people over the weekend where it was exactly, but we don't have this exact recording.
Okay. So in my motion regarding the bad acts and regarding essentially all of the evidence that was going to be admitted in this case, there was a caveat that there would be certain things that would be excluded, that could be redacted out. Was this something you were familiar with in your previous listenings, or it just kind of took you by surprise when you heard it this time?
Well, we don't have the proposed redacted version of this.
There is no redaction done to this whatsoever. There was no request made to redact it, but our motion specifically addressed that his first criminal conviction was a misdemeanor for shooting into the occupied structure.
Can I finish with Mr. Samft real quick,
Sure.
and then I'll turn to you, Mr. Giacomo. Mr. Samft, go. You may finish.
Oh no, I was listening to Mr. Giacomo. So I mean, to me,
Okay.
I mean, to me, the bigger issue is that we have this recording now. I mean, obviously, if there's things in here that is potentially going to be a problem, there would be, at least from the state, some effort to reach out to me and say, hey, here are the things that we think that still falls under the purview of what the court order was in this case, and maybe there's some things in here you want to discuss. I would think that would have been a discussion prior to the publication of it. I just presumed that what we were hearing up on the with this particular witness on Friday was the stuff that we had already heard. The problem is, like I said, there's a reference to a shooting in here. There's a reference to another. I can't remember what the other act is that's in there. But once again, it goes back to the fact that there was some motion practice done on this, and I agree with the court. The other part of the problem is that we've had reference to the Biggie Smalls murder. The state, in their own motion practice, had indicated that they weren't going to. That the Biggie Smalls murder had nothing to do with the Tupac investigation. And to me,
I think with Mr. Duane, Davis had no involvement in the Biggie Smalls. And we've admonished the jury that there is no indication that he has anything to do with that at this point. But ultimately, the nexus of this investigation was such that they were investigated together, for better or for worse.
Right. And I mean, we could sit here and talk words all day with that jury waiting outside, but I think what we're proposing the court to do, what I would propose the court to do, is just have some type of limiting instruction to the jury, in indicating to them you may be hearing other things that are not the focus of this particular investigation of Tupac's murder, something along those lines, just a limiting instruction.
Sure. Mr. Giacomo, do you have an objection to the limiting instruction?
No, I actually think before every witness, maybe you just read that Tavares instruction to them
Okay.
Each time.
So just to remedy what we're talking about now, I'll have Mr. Samp propose a limiting instruction, and then I'll, from here on out, given the party's dual request, I'll read the Tavares instruction, unless it's a witness that has nothing to do with, if it were, for example, the gentleman who'd taken the photo, he wouldn't have anything to do with the bad acts that we wouldn't have to read. But if it were anybody else, probably law enforcement at this point, I can read it.
Yes, Judge, and that, just so that there's complete candor to the court, we did a motion on his prior shooting. It sounds like to me it's not real clear. We didn't do a motion on his 2015 conviction. I didn't realize until it was rolling and you hear it's actually being spoken that he does reference some police contact in 2015. And I do realize he was convicted of that. I didn't
Lord, bring in a
know,
jury.
or
I
recognize.
didn't already
that
heard
that
it,
was in
slept
there.
on it for 3 days,
If
and
the
here you
court wants
come.
to, since we're past that portion where he talks about it, we can have somebody redact the audio so that the one that goes back to the jury removes the reference to the 2015 conviction. Because he talks about the last time I was in the feds or the last time I was in prison, and then he mentions 2015.
Okay.
And that has to do with an event that's completely unrelated to our investigation. I just didn't realize, I didn't tie those two together until I heard the audio being played with the transcript. Run.
Okay. So we'll have that redacted when it does go back in case they spend more time with it. Mr. Samp, what is the proposed instruction that you would like at this time for me to read to the jury when they walk in?
Because they ain't even going to remember.
You're asking me if we work together?
That's your job.
I
That's
know,
what you're good at.
It is my job. Here's my famous people.
Okay,
Your Honor, I
I'll
would
let
think,
Colleen make a proposal.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would think it'd be something along.
I'm going to let him propose it.
Yeah, let me propose it.
All right, then we can have some discussions about what it actually is.
Okay, let him propose it and then you can object, but I think it's cleaner for the record if he proposes it.
I don't know that it matters for Tavares, but okay.
Huh?
I don't think it matters for the purposes of Tavares, but okay.
This isn't a Tavares instruction. The Tavares instruction's already been determined because
Jesus.
this isn't something that's being let in for the purposes that I let in bad acts. This is something that they're asking just to disregard.
That's only the 2015.
Yeah.
The
Correct.
shooting should still come in because the court ruled upon that.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
So what is the shooting is there for credibility of the statements of defendant, motive, and identity?
Yes. In his book, he starts off with, my first criminal conviction is shooting into an occupied house, and describes the event. That comes in. What shouldn't come in, and if he wants a limiting instruction on, is the 2015. I don't know if they would want a limiting instruction since we're going to redact the audio before the jury gets it. We'll also redact the transcript before the jury gets it. So I don't know if he wants to draw attention.
You want to call
because they may
attention
not
to it.
want.
Now, that's going to
I'm
be
going to
good.
let them talk and then I'll let you guys weigh in.
I do have one other further matter, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm done with this stipulation. The other issue is this, with regards to Mr. Dorsey's testimony, we have a record from Detective Mock who interviews Mr. Dorsey prior to his testimony.
Oh, Jesus, bring this jury in.
Really make things a little bit more easier to understand in terms of how his relation is with this case. In essence, what happens is that BET is asked by the district attorney's office to produce documents. Maybe it was through Mock. Maybe Mock is the one who does it. But in either event, BET says, okay, here's what we're going to produce. And they produce the actual finished product as their production.
Right.
They don't introduce B-rolls. They don't do anything other than that. And they basically said that's what we
Don't
got.
sit his
I
ass
believe,
down. Sit down. You ain't
Mr.
talking.
Diaz or Rios or whatever his name was prior to this had said something along the same lines that, hey, this is just how they do. The problem with what we're doing now is this. Mr. Dorsey gets up there and testifies and he says, look, my job, from what I understand, was to listen in to the interview that's being conducted between Mr. Davis and the interviewer, which, whoever that person is. And he's supposed to be there to really sort of make sure that Mr. Davis is not lying or saying something that's off from what he understands the 2008 proper session to be, the recording. Here's the problem with it. At the end of what he does and what he's proposed now, what the state is now using, is surreptitious recordings in between the official recordings by BET. Now, what does that mean? That means that while Mr. Davis is sitting in that room, he's sitting in that room with the interviewer, and at some point he's going to be asking for breaks. He's going to be asking for time to talk to somebody else.
Okay.
Which we understand to be Wayne Higgins, his attorney. Those conversations are not hot mic conversations. They are conversations between attorney and client, and there is a reasonable expectation of privacy there because of the fact that it's done off camera, because BET does not record it. And on top of it too, that as that's happening, they're talking in a tone, they're not yelling and screaming it out loud, but they're talking in a tone to say, hey, what do we do here, whatever the issues are. I think those parts of this recording that Mr. What's his name again? Dorsey had done, thank you, had done, I think those are parts that need to be included from the jury's understanding, because here's the thing. I understand he's not a state actor. I understand that it doesn't fall under this idea of, hey, well, he wasn't ordered by a detective to do that, and Dupree is definitely not a detective at this particular point. However, it is still a crime in California to record someone's conversations that they believe is private. Regardless of if we're in a room and having a conversation, if I'm having a conversation with this individual sitting right next to me and I believe that is private, under California law, that is still illegally obtained material.
But ultimately, the remedy for a private actor acting in a nefarious, illegal, whatever you want to call it way is not exclusion against the state, because the state's not the actor doing that. So that was sort of my comment when it was brought up that way. I think the attorney-client privilege argument is definitely more interesting and is new. Or any final word on that before I turn to Mr. DiGiacomo?
Well, I mean, because here's the issue that we have. Right now, what we have is an individual who basically takes his iPhone out, plugs it down on a speaker next to where he's at. He's hiding in a room to avoid detection by Mr. Davis, and he's recording the entire time. You hear other people communicating or having some type of discussion on top of his recording, which means that it's done openly in front of this mic or whatever he's at. He doesn't see a screen or monitor. He doesn't know what is being recorded or not. He just records the whole thing. The concern that I have with it is right now, as we're watching and listening to what's being played by the state, we don't see where exactly it is that they're going to bring in the parts that are not in the transcripts that we have from the recording. That's the official BET offering versus the stuff that they have that would have the additional thing on top of it, the surreptitious recording by Mr. Dorsey.
Okay. State.
Two things. Mr. Dorsey had a transcript of his recordings that has been provided to the defense.
Okay.
And there's a transcript of the official BET recordings, which, if you notice while listening to it, even the BET transcripts does not pick up background conversations or transcribe background conversations between other people when Mr. Diaz is asking questions.
Okay.
Mr. Dorsey will testify, because I specifically had asked him about the attorney-client thing. He will testify at no point in time when Mr. Davis is talking to Mr. Higgins, is there not a third party present from E1 Entertainment? So there is no privileged communication that occurs between Mr. Davis and his attorney. Even at one point, you're going to hear Mr. Davis say, hey, hold on. This is a hot matter.
Let's bring him in and do a short evidentiary hearing then on that issue of attorney-client privilege.
Sure.
Okay.
I assume he's back there.
We'll have Mr. Dorsey come in real quick. We'll have him resworn, and then we'll just proceed on this limited issue outside the presence, and then ultimately I'll make a determination. I understand it's your proffer that that's what he's going to say, but I'd rather have it fleshed out. Bring in Mr. Dorsey. Just Mr. Dorsey, no jurors. No jurors yet. Okay, Mr. Dorsey, we're going to have you sworn real quick.
Raise your hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, it's Michael Dorsey, MICHAEL
All right, thanks for coming back, Mr. Dorsey. I hope you had a good weekend. We just needed to do a quick outside the presence sort of hearing so I can determine the legality of some things that are coming in, okay? Or not, potentially not coming in. So I'll let Mr. DiGiacomo ask some questions about the issue we brought up.
Mr. Dorsey, I know there's times on this recording where you capture conversations that involve the defendant, Duane Higgins.
Yes.
During those conversations, were they ever alone in a room having a conversation? Was there always a third party present?
I believe they were always in the studio, and there are, I think most of the time you actually hear Mario talking with them. It's like a three-way conversation. So I understand like how privilege works to some extent, and it sounded to me like always he was still in the studio, didn't go outside into a hallway, and again, you can hear Wayne Higgins talking with him.
And not just Mario Diaz. Isn't there a number of people
Yes.
to do this production that have to be in that room?
Correct. There would have been another producer. There's the sound recordist. There's at least one videographer. There's probably at least a lighting person in there. There's at least a good half dozen people in that room with them.
And at one point, does Mr. Davis make some comment about, hey, careful, this is a hot mic?
He does, yes. He's kind of whispering, this is a hot mic.
So at no point where you're capturing or recording there's not other people within, and describe the size of the studio.
Sure, it's a very small studio. It's probably a quarter the size of this courtroom.
So it's a very small room with 4 or 5 people in it where he's having this conversation.
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Dorsey, where are you when these conversations are taking place?
I was in an office down the hall.
Okay, and so you had eyes on the studio the entire
I
time?
did not have eyes on the studio, no.
Okay. You could hear people speaking as to everything that was being said in there?
Yes.
And how were you recording again? Remind me.
I had a pair of headphones, and I had my phone, and I just hit record.
Okay, and so it's essentially the studio audio that you're using.
Exactly, the live audio coming right from the studio. Yes.
So it's a room. Do you know if the studio has signs that they're recording at all times? Like signage that says something like, this is a recording studio. You are
mostly
things like that.
Yes,
I've
recording
seen-
studios typically have the signs up like that. Plus, of course, he would have signed a release, so he knows he's being recorded.
Okay, got it. Anything further? Sorry, I sort of hijacked that a little bit, Mr. DiGiacomo.
Not from the state.
Mr. Sam, you may cross.
Okay, Mr. Dorsey, you've never met Mr. Davis before.
We've never met. We've seen each other before.
Okay, so on the day of the recording, you made it a point to not run into Mr. Davis, fair?
Correct.
You were actually in this other room.
That's correct.
And you're there just with headphones on.
Yes.
So.
And I saw him walk by. I know
Right.
he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by.
Sure, and that's fine.
And he looked at me.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you working as an employee of BET?
No.
Okay, what are you at that point?
I am a contract employee, work for hire, as a technical consultant for specifically this production. I'm not hired by BET, I'm hired by the production company.
By the production company?
Yes, sir.
And that's Entertainment One?
Entertainment One and Creature Films, like a subsidiary of Entertainment One.
All right, and then in terms of your work with Entertainment One, that was bound with a confidential agreement, right?
Yes.
Do you have proof right now that you're no longer bound to that agreement?
I do. I have a letter from an attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET, approving me sharing my information. And then I also have an email from Mark Ford, the head of Creature Films, also saying he had no objection.
Okay, so in your work with Entertainment One, what you basically do is you have your phone or whatever recording device down
Yes.
next to the monitor in which you're listening to a conversation.
Correct.
You cannot tell us who's where in your recording, correct?
Correct.
You just hear noises, right?
That's right.
Now, in terms of the actual recording itself, as the individuals sitting there, are they sitting with mics on their lapels as they're sitting there being interviewed by that person?
What you mean, the person conducting the interview, is he wearing a mic?
Is he wearing a mic, and is the person that is interviewing wearing a mic?
I don't know if the Mario Diaz, for example, is conducting the interview. I don't know if he was wearing a lapel mic, but there would be 2 mics in the room minimum. There would be a lapel mic on Keffe, and then there would be a shotgun mic over him that is kind of capturing everything else in the room.
Right, and so in terms of what you're recording, you don't know, for instance, if the cameras are on and off because you're actually just listening to sound.
That's correct.
And in terms of the interview, you understand that Wayne Higgins was in the room as well as
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, he was there for the entire first interview, and then he was like 10 minutes late to the second interview.
All right. Now, before we were listening to this, are there any moments at all where Mr. Davis is talking loudly during what you would think would be a
Loudly. He's just using a normal indoor voice is what I would say.
Okay, and then when you say that there was this statement that this is a hot mic,
yes,
fair to say that that was a reminder to whoever he's talking to that, hey, this should be kept private.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So there were times where there was an understanding, or at least an idea that what they were going to have a conversation about.
There was one time, that was the only time.
Now, after you had recorded what you did in this
Yes.
case, which is the entire thing.
Correct.
You never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and a camera pointed at him. He's in a production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No.
And-
Let's back up here, but to make sure I'm clear.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No.
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
That's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview.
Was everybody just going to be
not
testing
ready
today?
for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
But you're not the contract person. You don't have a contract.
I apologize. We're way afield of the issue that the court needs to rule upon, and this sounds like cross-examination for a jury.
Oh, I'll get back into a jury. I'm just saying as of right now, Judge, we have a problem with this. Thank you. And just to make sure I'm clear, you take that recording and that's the recording that you're now publishing here for this jury, right?
Publishing, no. Playing for the jury, yes. Publishing it suggests publicly. I'm not putting this out to the public.
That was a legal terminology, but you're playing that for the jury now.
Yes,
right?
sir.
I have no further questions.
Anything further, State? All right. In general, the attorney-client privilege under 49.095 is broken when you speak in front of a third party who's unrelated to the legal team. Here, it appears as though Mario Dorsey and there others were potentially present for the conversations. Additionally, the setting of the interview itself does not lend itself to a belief that the conversations would be privileged and or private. It's a recording studio. The purpose is there to be recorded. A release is signed so that the person can be recorded. The entire room is microphoned up. Additionally, there are microphones on the people participating in the interview. In general, this isn't a situation that would lend itself to private conversations. I think based on the testimony, they are not privileged conversations. Circling back to the issue regarding the instruction to the jury, Mr. Sampt, is there anything, did you want me to reread the Tavares instruction, which I can add something related to the unrelated shooting to? That proposal for that would be this. You have heard testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a federal conviction, gang affiliation, and an unrelated shooting.
Judge, that's not an unrelated shooting. In 2015, he lets the cops come in his house and they find a gun and I think some drugs, and that's what he goes to prison on in 2015. The shooting he's talking about is his teenage shooting that's written about in his book. So Mr. Shams was conflating the two.
Okay.
The 2015, I think.
So how about this, instead of federal conviction, prior criminal convictions?
A conviction in 2015? Because that's the only one that wasn't
My
part of the
point in
motion.
saying that it was unrelated is saying that it's unrelated to this incident.
Correct, unrelated 2015 incident.
So what's your proposal, Mr. Sampt? I saw you had a piece of paper.
Yes, Your Honor. Myself and the defense team worked on a Tavares instruction that says you are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered for propensity purposes, but instead for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant statements.
It's not only not to be considered for propensity, it's not to be considered for any outside thing other than those narrow exceptions that we've delineated.
Okay, that's the propensity purposes was the,
So if you're okay with that defense, you want to add or any other purpose somewhere, okay.
yeah, we can add it on here.
Okay, let them add that and then bring it up to me and I'll use that as my master. And we'll ultimately end up giving this instruction to the jury in their packet.
Thank you.
So that's your suggestion, and that is granted, Mr. Sanft. As soon as Ms. Panduk finishes looking at it. Almost there, Mr. Dorsey. Give us a minute.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Testimony and our evidence introduced about 2 minutes. About it, take the 2 out. Yeah. Any unrelated shootings and murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity other purposes except for the purposes of motive intent to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Yeah. Let's see if you can read it, judges. Some Banu's, some Pauline's handwriting.
God, guys. You should both be doctors here.
I know. I'll rewrite it for you.
No, it's okay.
You sure?
I think I got it.
Okay. Have a little.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to read. Tell me if there's an objection. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purpose. It is admitted only for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Any objection?
No.
Perfect. All right, I can read it. So as soon as we bring the jury in, I'll apologize for being a little bit late, my fault, and then I will read them the limiting instruction and we'll get going.
Should we leave Mr. Dorsey on the stand?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right, so as soon as that jury's ready to go, we'll go.
Stand for the jury.
Did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sure.
You may be seated. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. I apologize for the delay. We had a legal issue that I did need to decide before we brought you in, so I do appreciate your patience in that matter. There's a limiting instruction that I need to read to you, and then we're going to resume with Mr. Dorsey's testimony. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purposes. It is admitted only for the purpose of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Dorsey has already been sworn, and so you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, in that first portion, the first 35-17, we're about to get back to it. Let me ask you this. After 2019, did you become aware that Mr. Davis published a book?
Yes,
Did you read the book?
I did.
were there historical facts he provided you in 2017 that were included within that book?
Yes, there were a biographical fact from his childhood. They were in both.
And do you recall what those various biographical
I do.
background, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen?
Sure. One of the stories was how his first time hanging out with the Crips when he was 9 years old, and he was shooting dice, and his dad drove by and saw him and ended up, punishing him for that. He talked about playing Pop Warner football with Suge Knight, and not just that, but also he talked about going to Suge's house after they would win for parties in their backyard, like pool parties. He talked about a baseball coach at the Compton College who was dealing drugs. I think Keffe was like in middle schooler, and he started running as kind of a courier for that guy. It was his first introduction to the drug game. He talked about being in the Upward Bound program at UCLA, and I can't remember, there may be one other detail in there, but all details that I've only ever heard in that interview and read in his book. So I conclude that the author could have only gotten those from him.
All right, Judge, I'm going to do a little bit to fast forward this to 35:17, I think we were at.
And we put on record. We put on record when you paused it. Did you write that down?
It was 35:17 was where we paused it. And so I'm trying to get there. This program doesn't make it real easy to just jump that far.
Sounds good.
Nope, he went a little too far.
Man, you don't think? Man, my boy Dick was rolling up, he coming to the club and rolling up weed in the neighborhood. I guess they was.
Sorry, Judge, the transcript won't come up if I don't start it.
Start it over?
I'm not starting it over. I just have to roll from here to wherever we're going. So I'm just going to have to guess, and hopefully we're close.
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues.
Sorry. One more time here. We may just have to listen to a little bit more than we...
Just that night, seemed like dude stuck his head up our ass on me. You know what I'm saying? He's a special agent in charge of the major crime. It was just that night. That dude made more like I did a 5.5. He came up here at least 10 times.
I'm going to stop this.
Before his interview in 2017, had you ever heard of Special Agent Callan?
I don't think so. I don't remember hearing much about the federal investigations into him. That was new information to me.
Told the warden, we got up here, he's a serial killer. I'm like, oh, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Rappers.
How did it evolve? You guys were cool, and then you hung out a lot together.
When he used to come to California, we used to meet up and have fun. I was a baller. In fact, I was doing better than him back then. Shit. Fun, man.
Did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about getting scared?
You fucked up. Exactly.
I said, did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about being scared and all the bullshit, go back and forth, East Coast, West Coast shit?
You talked about that till later on in our relationship.
That's right.
That's what I mean. When did we get to that spot, that place? When you guys were talking about that?
I remember my boy Zip was rolling up, he was going to the club one night, rolling up Greenleaf in the neighborhood. His phone rang. He was like, I guess they must have fucking played it. Something, I don't know. He's like, man, let me speak to Keffe. Got on the phone. What's up, dog? man, I'm giving a concert out there. You know, on a tour on the West Coast. That's we was take school to come out there. I said, why it wouldn't be cool? Like the big CEO guy. CEO guy. Like, yeah, the big guy. I knew what he's talking about. Like cold and shit. So I guess I was scared of the guy. So we went to the Irvine Mellors. It was something. Oh, concert. Media, the hottest song out of the world. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that song was One More Chance. Getting on the stage, Suge was right there. I came off the stage, he asked me, man, how you go there? Same way I know you. I told him that. So then, after that, we went to the San Diego concert. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel we stayed in.
He's down all the same details. This did 10 years ago.
Amazing. Balls would go all around that mother for the Dallas Cowboys. Ready for Troy Aikman. Saying, I don't know if we can get you in trouble or not, but the balls were all around the camp. Yeah. Then we went to the Anaheim. That was on the Halloween night.
Perfect. Halloween.
Halloween night. Was cool there too.
And he just give you passes for everyone. Like everyone would go concerts.
I just go to the tickets with the little homies. I was riding in the van. I was on the stage with him every time. Yeah.
You get to hang out with Big E, obviously. Right?
Yeah, Big E was cool. Cool dude and everything like that.
So when did Puffy start talking about, you know, Suge on a real serious level?
You back there? Yeah, we already established that.
Yeah.
Now, what'd you say?
I said, when did he start talking about Suge, like on a real serious level? Puffy.
Oh, being scared of Suge?
Well, I'm doing something more than that.
I'm really comfortable talking about that right now. When you see me in that suit, you got me. All right?
Okay.
I'll be able to talk that out.
Okay. So let's take a break. You can go smoke. Can you be back here in 10 minutes? I want to get more before the 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you got to give me to my wife. She did take me back. You know, I might have not been here.
What do you mean? Do you want me to?
I said I might have not been here.
Oh, of course, yeah. But she's not down. She's not down there with you. Right? She's in the hotel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like.
Well, I got to take care of her.
Yeah, of course. After lunch, we'll do a little more, and then you're done. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna smoke.
Is that cool?
Man, just watching.
Mr. Dorsey, is that an example where maybe the tape was running before you now restart the recording?
Correct, yeah.
That is 3532.
Get rid of this problem. Yeah.
Can you tell me what he told you? His exact words. Do you remember?
We're gonna do that on the next one. I have that pretty soon on. All right.
All right. Hold on. So, say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he ask you to do? To say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he want?
I guess he wanted to get rid of them dudes, his problems. We get rid of his problems. Yeah.
And who were his problems?
CEO, the big guy. Yeah.
And when did? Yeah, because you said hit him up was a big deal for him, right? Like that was
that was
too. Man, that was totally disrespect. You don't think so? Well, I told you, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he even said something about us. To me, he didn't say our name, but he said whoever down with him, fuck them too. I'm like, yeah. And so you guys were cool with that? With helping him? No. We had ran into him at the House of Blues. This is Pop. Ran into him at the House of Blues. Him and the guy Big Sight, the Outlaws. And he had just made that record. Homies and Rose fan. So one of the homies went up here and put him in a little thing right here, saying, "Man, you know what the fuck that mean?" Homies and Rose fan. He's like, "No, I'm just rapping." And Sight like, "Yeah, he's just rapping, man. He don't know nothing about that stamp of blood, motherfucker. Stop, brother." So he was kind of scared that night. You know what I'm saying? We go out in the parking lot and whoop about 5 motherfuckers' asses. You know what I'm saying? And got into it with some dudes out there in the parking lot. And he's in that shit. He's like, "Yo, them dudes ain't no joke." Sorry about that, guys. So how much did Puffy offer you? How much did Puff offer you? Wayne's gonna give the green light, right? I'll have a good answer for you when I have one that suit on. I'm gonna take it through for you. Exactly, you know what I'm saying? The rate. But he offered you. Can you just say he offered us some money or something like that? Can you say that it was money at least? Yes, it was money. Yeah, offered us money. Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of scared of that. He was really scared of the dudes. You know what I'm saying? Puff wasn't no game. He was out of college and all that, walking out of school and all that shit. He knew what that street life. But the really beef should have had was it should have been with Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang them the one was doing the damn foot after the pool at the Source concert. They was calling you out. You two was picking some fucking kids, junior mafia. These are kids. You a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? The beef should have been with the Wu-Tang. You want to take it out on the bad boys, some kids, you know, start up. That push his way around. Well, that's because Tupac was having that shit. Lit Biggie. Yeah. He was little Suge hooked up with Tupac and said, "All right, we're going against him." This before he got out of jail, though. Remember the Source Awards? He was like, every once in a while, like, "You ain't got no love for two, you ain't got no love for the West Coast." Remember saying that? Yeah. All that shit really, I feel it was a jealousy thing. He should have just been happy. Suge should have been happy. You making money, and this dude's making money. Be proud of each other. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, you want to bring each other down. So why'd you want to get involved in that? I didn't want to get involved in that shit. They brought it to us. Bring something to the gangsters. I told you that earlier. It's a cap pill. Yeah, I hear you. Is it true that Biggie and those guys from Bad Boy used to hang out? They never really talked. Never. Really, it's they had some bad cops around shit. I read something about them hanging out in your girl's house in California. They never no pictures. Never hung out there. Promise. So let's cut to let's talk about Orlando. We have 10 minutes before we cut out for lunch. So I want to know like who your nephew is. Like you know, not a lot of stuff to know about. You know, who is he? How old is he? What kind of family? Tell me a little bit about him. Who are we talking about? He's well respected, intelligent. Who Orlando? Orlando. My nephew Orlando. Well respected, good student in school. Everybody loved him. You know what I'm saying? He's just a
like him, guy. Everybody love him. He liked the Tupac too.
So what got him involved in gang life? Yeah, was he involved in gang life at all? That's good.
So there's a difference between gangs and the gang people.
You want to talk to me about what happened at that Lakewood Mall? Trevor Lane? Think about the chain.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know, but you can tell me the story because there's only so many people who know it.
The guy, one of my little homies, wanted to play college football. There was scholarship. He was at the wanted to help him get some stuff, like tennis shoes and sweats and clothes and stuff so he can go send him there to college. So he was there late night, and then the homies come up here. And Trayvon, the three death row guys were there. I guess they was mad dog and talking shit to him and shit like that. Shit. But some homies came to the door. He seen them. Nice. First thing he did was sock the dude there and snatched his chain. I could never snatch that guy's chain. Never. Marcus snatched his chain. Chains weren't worth fucking for $300. Petty ass bullshit ass chain. Smash a little it was low like this. That fucking chain talking about some bounty and the punk ass chain. Yeah.
There's a bounty on it.
Yeah, that little punk ass chain, homie, come on.
So he didn't do it.
Orlando did not snatch that man chain.
So why is it that Tupac then saw him and said, "That's the guy who snatched my chain"?
All this stuff was building up. It just went from the mall. One day we was on Sunset. Shook pulled up in this Rolls Royce. Him, Snoop Dogg was in the black one. Tupac was in the white one. I think we was at the Roxy. Duxbury right there. They pulled up in their Rolls Royces. Just bought 30, 40 clips out there. Listen, he got that DVD. Oh shit.
Listening like he didn't know this was all recorded.
Cracking up here. Like, no, dog. He said, Paradise is cracking. This club that's on high.
So this was the paid part too, Keffe?
Shit, when we hit that street there on Santa Monica, some dudes just started shooting. Shot up Sugar's Rolls Royce. To the red dot while it was laying in the street.
I know Lindsay Clancy is not done. They're on lunch until 2 p.m. Eastern.
We was with you, pulled over to you, It's all kind of little different angles on that shit. We just went from
So talk to me about, because I'm really interested in knowing about that a little more. Like, how does the gang stuff feature into the story? Like, how was it building? Is I guess what my question is. Like, the mall thing that you just told me about Suge. What else? What else was like building up?
We seen them brawls at Luna Park, the club on Santa Monica and Rockland. And them brawls just talking shit. And we just kind of push them around. We beat their ass, man. Let them know. And get it fucked up. And this town's always been our town.
That is not me typing. I don't know what dang on audio got going. It ain't me.
I just left the state prison. I was a MAC rep up there. There's 51 Crips, 4 Bloods. You know what I'm saying? So they know they outnumbered and they can't win out here. Crips are more dominant than they are. And they know that.
What made it kind of tense? Because before death row, there's always tension, right?
Between Crips and Bloods?
Yeah.
Yeah, our neighborhood's always been into it. Because we're on the same side of town. You know what I'm saying? Like the Ludus Park, Mob, and Hams.
they go against the boys on the line. You know what I'm saying? But we always been dominant over there. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's why I don't understand Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, and what's the other dude name? What's the tall, skinny guy that came in Compton the other week? What's that tall dude name? Came to Fruit Town. Lamar? No. What's his name? He on that Love and Hollywood show. Soldier Boy and all. Get in trouble out here. Go to that state prison. Rape y'all. Justin Bieber, Chris Brown. You know what I'm saying? Y'all tripping on me.
Yo, but I'm just trying to understand what happened back then. Back then, was it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
Hmm?
Is it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
I guess money get you cocky. I guess money get you cocky. You know what I'm saying? They even beat up a rolling 60 and killed the guy at the club. Said DJ Quick and they jumped on the dude and all that shit. That's what I figured that.
How Quick keep catching strays?
Santa Monica that day when his hat was in the street, I was just telling you about. Damn, I guess they gonna get his ass.
So this is more gang related. Okay. It's not just East Coast, West Coast.
Y'all, I think whoever is playing this audio does not realize that they are must be typing as well. They must be using the computer still because this is, I swear it's not me.
Yeah.
See? That is not me. Keffe D forgot he said this shit, and as soon as it started talking, he knew exactly what it was about to say. Walk your ass out of this one. This wasn't on the script. You weren't in the interview. They didn't pay you to say this part. He's having a casual conversation with you.
I was just a street man. He was just a studio man. Business one. The FBI think we hit there because he stopped paying the boss. That's why he jumped on it so fast. They, you know, and I can't really put him out there like that because he's still out there. You know what I'm saying? They like, my families go back since the 30s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There ain't no Harry over there.
Yeah, no. But I mean, yeah, Suge might be
in the same boat.
Suge might be in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you right. No, I think the police are gonna start coming.
Good.
All of them gonna get around. All the crooked cops and shit. We was really up against it. One of the city of Compton, they got Reggie, right? Reggie Jr., Sergeant Reynolds, the mayor, all these dirty motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna eventually have to have some shootouts with them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They just got busted too. Right. I loved it. I like, yeah. They didn't get the main one though. They didn't get the main fucking dude. He just running around. He's still his job too.
They got Reggie and his dad.
Huh?
They got Reggie and his dad.
I said they didn't get the main one. His name Reynolds.
Oh, really?
Sergeant Reynolds. Pulled over my 60 keys. He's making my life miserable. Honest and broad. Yeah, jealous of broad. Dirty. They didn't get his ass.
That precinct was dirty as fuck.
Yes, it was. And we was lived out there with him. Even the mayor, his councilman. We up there eating at IHOP in Lane. Here come the mayor. Man, you better sit your ass down, fool, and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Stupid bitch. You know? That dude was stupid. What was that? Bradley? Omar Bradley? Yeah. That dude was stupid on.
Let's eat some food, man. All right, thank you guys. We're back in 45. Are you leaving?
No, my thing about that.
You're just there looking dapper?
Wait till you see my suits, homie. Yeah.
Woo. Thanks.
All right, sure.
You got a big word around? Yeah. Can I see? Yeah. What were you doing? Was it? Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Where are we eating? Oh, it's in there. Okay.
You talking about K book? Okay. Yeah. Don't say nothing about no people. That's mine.
I believe this part. This sounds like motive. This sounds like jealousy. This sounds like celebratory. Needed everybody to be on their downfall, and you still didn't come up. We had to know that Carmelo was going to lose this motion for a new trial, right? We wanted him low key to lose this motion for a new trial, because had it been approved by Callan County, who we know did backdoor deals in Callan County, so Callan County would be the one to be over top of governing what happened in Callan County.
And that's around 52 minutes. There's a break where you miss
Plus,
something.
when they go for a trial, new trial is based on a transcript, and we know none of that was on the transcript. But you know what it did do on this time with all of those witnesses? A transcript. So all of this is going to start making a record, and that record is going to have to go onward and upward. This one's going to be a marathon, not a race.
Then what happened? Then I'm gonna tell you that when I get on my suit.
Oh, come on. You can tell me a little bit.
But understand,
You know,
Big
tell
Unc
me a little bit of, you know.
Big
this
Unc had to
is why
explain it to Big
I
Unc.
hear-
He was
I wanna hear the
hurt.
story of what happened.
I don't think he really believed me all the way, because he came back in the room a few hours later talking about Secret Service. Sam said the same thing I said, so you think it's right.
What?
I said, well, damn, I do know what I'm talking about sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
You just talking.
Yeah, I'm talking
Secret
about that
Service
one.
Sam said it, so he's good, y'all.
You wanna go to the aftermath?
Yeah, can you talk about, before the aftermath, can you talk about that, like, generally, just to give me something to work with? And then we can do it again in more detail. Yeah, like a summary.
Well, let me consult with him.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
That's okay. Ray, the guy over there.
I thought we weren't gonna say that, dude.
Okay.
What?
I'll turn it on. Yeah.
No.
That's okay.
You need to tell him that. So we gotta, that's some shit we gotta discuss. Hello. Hello? Where you about to go? Huh? All right, I'll be through there.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Is that in my pocket?
Just tell him come here for a minute.
You don't have to go into
Listen. We got to consult with the U.S. Attorney. You don't want to get you locked up. You don't want me to get locked up. Do you?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we got to consult with him. So by the next time, I didn't. He asked me to come down here last week, but I never did get a chance to talk to him. That's why I wasn't ready for it. Which unfortunately, hard. I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. So I got to discuss that, because that dude was going to fucking jail. Give me the death penalty. They can give me the death penalty only. It just wasn't him. He was just a fucking. He was just like a fucking. He was like I deserve. What you say? You hear me?
Yeah.
It's way more than him.
I think this is an area where he may not wants to have his words straight.
So let's do this on the next one.
Okay.
Once I consult with him and he tell me what you can do. Yeah. Okay. You don't want to get me locked up. You're still gonna address it. It's just we gonna address it. Yeah, I just got to go to somewhere. I didn't want to tell y'all that just morning and stuff like that. The dude said, "Come talk to him before I do this."
If he didn't do it, why is he afraid of getting the death?
Because if I make him look like an asshole, they're gonna lock me. But he's gonna address it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's why I wanted to consult with him first. Yeah. Y'all pushed me to do this.
So where you want to pick it up? The story.
Where do you want to go right now?
Because you said
you want to do the aftermath.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
He's got to. The man's got to eat.
Real.
Did you? We got food, right?
Yeah.
He just said that.
All right, so we're gonna take this. After the fact, after the murder, yeah?
The aftermath. We go, we get home, so we on my street. It's about 4:15. Reggie Wright Sr., you know, he was the captain of the Compton Police back then. I guess he must have did his war room with
the Compton Police. I can't.
As soon as he did that shit, that motherfucker jumped in that police car, came up
They have
the
names from
street.
Keffe D.
Ran the stop sign and everything, doing about 70. Pulled up on the wrong side of the street, jumped out of his car. Said, "Listen here, you motherfucking Keffe D. You motherfuckers killed my motherfucking son. The belts is coming off." I'm like, "Man, what the fuck is you talking about?" Like, "You heard me, motherfuckers." I'm like, "Damn." So
That is not me, Hannah.
my immediate crew, I said, like, they were trying to get into
Wait till it starts again. I swear it's not me.
So we got to watch these motherfuckers. So we stopped hanging around there right then. We seen they had the back of the police.
What does he mean by like my son?
His son is fucking Suge, man. He's Suge's man. You know what I'm saying? All them, they from the same neighborhood and everything. David, Mack, all them dudes, man. So we really had it rough. So we might have to go to war with the police. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just the gang members. They had the police shit.
Right.
Feel me?
David Mack. Is that still in jail or no? David damn Mack.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of deranged fans and everything. You know what I'm saying? Shit, some girl might. You know what I'm saying?
When did the cops finally get to you?
No. When we got back, the Moon Man on MTV was like, "Keffe D nephew." So it looked like Suge told from day one. You know what I'm saying? So like that motherfucker told from day one, "Keffe D nephew. Why the fuck do you use my fucking name?" You know what I'm saying? I just didn't understand that, you know? Keffe D nephew. Moon Man coming on every hour. You know the little Moon Man? Like, damn. You know? Kind of connection called me. Said, come meet me. Goes to condo and that's a public. And we met him at the Chevron right there. He's like, "Dog, I'm going to jail." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, y'all going to jail." I'm like, "No, homie." Like, "Man, I'm out of here. I ain't seen that motherfucker since that day." So, you know, I kind of hate I met Puff. So they destroyed my life. Now these super rich motherfucker ain't even send me a pair of Sean John drawers or nothing. You know what I'm saying? God damn. Or noodle it while I was in jail. You know what I'm saying? Just left me for dead out here. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't the way fucking, you know what I'm saying? That ain't the way the game go. You know? Shit. Had your back, you ain't have my back, though. You know? Yeah.
When did you When did you talk to police?
What's that?
You gave them a statement at some point, right?
I gave them a statement?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Well, I mean, the proffer deal is a statement, no?
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. What's up, man? You just ain't gonna say nothing back there?
I don't have to. You already yeah, this is the part of the same thing. It's like
You think you just said you just
you're
gonna
saying
sit
at
back
some
there?
point you did talk to police. Is that not true?
I think that's what he
Was
said.
Remember what I told you outside? That's why I didn't want to do this today.
Right. Well, I mean,
you know, some shit will give me motherfucking, you know. Yeah.
All right, I hear you.
Yeah. Dude asked me to meet him last week, but I wasn't able, man. My wife was sick, homie. I could have had all your answers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I didn't want to tell you all that, all my business like that, you know, but force my hand.
I blame Tara.
All right.
Yeah. Let me just
All
say
your
what I
business
can
and he
talk to you
forced your hand?
about.
Is this
A lot
the
of stuff I
paid
have
part,
here is not
Keffe?
that thing, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have all the answers, though. I swear.
So you're not talking about it? Is that what we're saying? I think.
Can you talk about Zip and talking to Puff afterwards?
Zip and Puff?
Yeah, I mean, at some point you needed to talk to them about shit. Is that the same shit?
Yeah.
Was that? Well, did you, so after that happened, did you get in contact with Zip?
Me and Zip was together. He was with us at the point.
No, and afterwards you didn't see him. And you didn't come back to LA with him, did you? You did?
Yeah.
Oh,
We went up to Wingstop, Wings, LA Wings right there on the 3rd and the bread. Right there on the side with Pink's, you know, Pink's is. They got the LA Wingstop right there on the
He was
street.
Zip. It was Beverly, though, or
what
Melody.
did you talk about?
All kind of shit.
Yeah, so that we don't waste our time, can we do something where you can talk to me and then you can get approval? You get approval whether you use it or not? Because otherwise,
We only can answer 3 questions on it. I only go into full detail with you and everything on it.
no, you don't have to do.
Once I get the green light where I'm covered, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't make them look like a goddamn asshole downtown.
So how did you guys lay low afterwards? What you guys do?
You want to know the truth? We didn't lay low. We was after they asked. Mr. Man laid low. He didn't want to pull out to the Caribbean and shit. But we some mafia shit, man. Yeah, no, we didn't lay low. We had to stay sharp, man, because we had to watch out for the police. We had to watch out for them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we didn't lay low.
So, I think this you can answer. Why didn't they bring up any charges against Orlando? Give it to me in a complete sentence.
Why they didn't bring him to charges?
This is crazy.
They talk.
Yeah, they raided everybody else. I think it was October the 7th or something like that. Raided everybody else.
I just remembered that Suge and them actually did go to the Bahamas or the Caribbean or something like that after Tupac died, all of Death Row, because he had to come back to the States to turn himself in.
He came, knocked on my door about.
He said they ran, not him.
Said Keffe D, the FBI, and about 100 police is up at the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. I grabbed my shoes. I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff. Left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck with him. Told him to drop me off at the Metro Red. I missed the raid by 5 minutes.
Huh.
Otherwise, they would have got me.
Did he say who tipped? Somebody tipped him off?
Mm-hmm. So
Who
let's
was
go back
it?
to Orlando because he passed away, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
maybe you can talk about what he did that day without mentioning you. Is that something you feel comfortable doing?
Oh.
Because you can't implicate him. He's dead. There's nothing that can happen.
Was that?
Can you talk about what Orlando did that night?
I just
The
texted
night in
him.
Vegas, yeah. Without mentioning you at all, just talk
He
about
went to the
him.
hospital. He went to the hospital to get his shoulder fixed and stuff like that.
No, I'm talking about before that.
We got to consult. There's 3 questions that stuck on. I got to go consult with this man because
I'm just saying he's not. There's nothing. Wayne's a lawyer. Wayne, can you confirm that? Can he talk
Can't
about
confirm
Orlando
that.
without mentioning his name? Without mentioning Keffe's name?
That's what I asked Mario. I said, see if he'll talk. What does he know about what Orlando did that night without including himself in that? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because Orlando's
So,
dead. Been dead almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Did Orlando go after Tupac that night after the fight?
Huh?
I got to do my job.
No, he didn't go after Tupac.
He did not.
Mm-mm. Man, wait till I get on the suit, man. You keep on. Let's go somewhere else. You want to talk about Paul? Something like that?
What's that? I did. He didn't want to answer.
Brand, they set him up. They paid him to say this stuff.
Okay.
Imagine saying you paid me to say it, and then they
try to
come
get
back with
money
everything you said off the
from
record.
Puffy after the fact for the deal that
God bless it.
Oh, no, because
And the stuff you're saying can be corroborated. Like Suge them did go and record that Death Row Christmas album,
like that.
and then they went.
Otherwise,
Where Tiffany? Because I know she would be irritated with Tiffany talking like she's doing, like he doing sit-ups.
I seen him.
She just said 3 times.
Maybe like 6 months later at the House of Blues right there. And he invited us to the Pleaded pictures.
But to talk this much every single time, it is say that wasn't. I was lying.
He was up there partying. I seen him at the
Everything he said was
Pleaded Picture Museum. He like Keffe D. The FBI is all over us. I'm saying, if you want to catch our heat, you know what I'm saying? Shit, they up in this party right now. I'm like, really? Like, yeah. So that's why I didn't understand how the fuck Biggie can get killed. You know what I'm saying? If the FBI out around here, you know what I'm saying? So they up in the party and everything. Ever since we got off the plane. Fuck.
God, I just thought of something I never thought of.
So we'll talk about Biggie in a second, but did you ask him for?
That's why there's no way Keffe and the Southside Crips kill Biggie.
Was that?
Did you ask him for the
Fucking
money that he
Puff
owed
the
you?
FBI are all over.
No, I
So Keffe
shit,
would have
we
been
got
like,
the
fuck,
FBI
the
around,
FBI are
fucking
outside
ask
right
him for
now.
money,
Murder's
bro.
off. We can't kill him right now.
That's
Yeah,
what
of
we
course.
do.
God, I never put that together before.
And what's is it true that there's a rumor going around that Zip got half the money?
That's what the FBI said.
Say it again, because I don't.
That's what the FBI said. That Zip got the money.
Do you believe it?
They's a motherfucker. See Donald Trump Jr. right now in trouble. And with about fucking emails and shit. Yeah, motherfucker. You know he a motherfucker.
Did you talk to Zip about the money?
No, yeah, man. As soon as I left, I told you that, man, Ted Holiday had his head up my ass on me. I still got an invoice from him. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that dude's a motherfucker. He head of the major crime unit, shit. That dude's a motherfucker, dude. You know?
So, but here's the thing. You're not upset about not getting paid? Were you not upset about not getting paid?
It's a time to get paid. I was trying to pick the perfect spot, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just pick the perfect spot.
All right, let me just backtrack here for a second.
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, you can switch over. Yeah,
He's gonna stay to talk in this office building.
Yeah, he wants like us.
He wants to be in like a warehouse
He
or
wants to
somewhere.
be like, yeah. He wants to save him. Like his. I don't know if they come up with the spot or what, but yeah, he doesn't want to be here.
Right?
What you gonna do with the money in here?
Right. No, I mean, because you were saying like, yeah, I didn't do it then, I didn't do it. I just want to make sure that, I want to know where your head's at. You had a plan.
I am a kingpin that was making more money than Paul than we were then.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, yeah, bring him in.
You're back.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Duxbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The adverse childhood experience questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the 1-to-1 supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under 2 circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Mahoney-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what was.
We don't know, but it
what
should
could
be their
possibly
last
have been
damn witness.
going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with two possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, But what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so, there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records, I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me." And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And doctor, is it? I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Were you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy, thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why, the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very...
Real quick, I don't know where he's going with these 18 minutes. But govern yourself accordingly. I didn't know he was about to mess around and go there. But prepare yourself in case he goes into these 18 minutes. Okay. So the warnings up there for the content warning, scrolling across the top. I'll put this up here, but anytime I catch it, let's give ourselves a second because he's getting ready to say it's probably about to roll off his tongue, and I don't know what these 18 minutes are going to sound like, okay?
unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, "I only heard this." To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
And doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection. Yeah, overall.
The more inconsistency there is,
Can we have a basis for that, please?
The test,
It's asked as a hypothetical?
hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
No, she talk about what she told the
might have to
chaplain.
repeat the question.
So
Yeah,
if
yeah,
the
I'll
person
say
has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Let's just ask it as the hypothetical. Assuming this and go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question
Don't
for you.
play.
Assuming that a person
told that
has
chaplain
already
it wasn't
given
gonna be
two
safe,
versions
neither
of
was
the
she.
voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing
I wouldn't
the
want nobody to
inconsistencies?
ask this about my client either.
Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take
If I was
any
ready to die, I
one
just scared that
particular
to pass the
account
fuck
and
out.
say this is the accurate one.
Y'all got to forget this.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
This don't sound good, Lindsay.
There is some
Ready? I
research
know your
that's
old
been
ass got some
conducted
mock
on
seltzer. You better put that little
lingered
piece under your tongue and
hallucinations,
drink
which
some water and
are
start
counts
foaming.
of hallucinations that are exaggerated or
Ooh, this
fabricated.
bad.
And I found it useful to look at those, look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say unusual things are wrong and strange things are wrong and many things are wrong and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th,
Nicole,
if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought.
And she went with it.
The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, And he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said his first question was, "What did you do?" And her response was, "I tried to kill myself." Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, "I did what I had to do. I did what the voice said," or something like that. But no, she said, "I tried to kill myself." And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination, what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, "I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action." One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love. Not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them. And she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with ultra-sickficide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
I mean, y'all knew they was going to take their ass this way when they asked about that question about whether or not there would be a belief, if you're Catholic, that this will be a mortal sin. Yeah, this was that she was interviewed April of this year when she gave this information. And y'all know it's got to be one of those jurors over there. Even if they're not Catholic, they are fighting for their life because they know that this is not, they might be fighting with their life about not letting their beliefs come in when it comes to the law. And this is going to keep this go to God, baby. Yeah, no. Lord, can y'all hear Big Unc? It's on mute. Yeah, that's going to be another thing. Somebody may draw some sort of inference or have some sort of speculation at the fact that she did not say, "I did something. What did you do? I did something to myself," or "I tried to do something to myself," but never said, "The kids are with God. I sent them to God. The kids are safe. Finally, I got them safe." Like, he made a good point with that. That is, I think they brought in the chaplain to prove that Lindsay told somebody else about this voice, that it wasn't just that one time when she got hold of a phone when she wasn't supposed to have one, that she said it to Patrick, that she actually said it to someone or relayed that information to someone before Patrick. I think the problem comes in is as you're trying to prove that the voice happened and that she told multiple people, the voice never says the same thing. It never says the same thing. One time the voice says, what was it that the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the children with you. Mostly we've heard this is your last chance. You have to take the kids so you can take out yourself. And then there was a time where she said the voice said one thing, then said the other, which would not be that you heard the voice one time. And then the final one was the chaplain's actual testimony, where Lindsay said to her, according to the chaplain, that Lindsay said, in order for your kids to be safe and for you to be safe, like you have to take out your kids and then take out yourself in order for you to be safe. Which would then also imply, if that was the gist of what was being said, safety, that Lindsay probably would have heard the voice again, because she's not safe. She never got to the point of safety. The kids did, according to the voice and what she said she heard, but she didn't. So you would think that by that account of the chaplain, that she would at least heard the voice again, ragging on her about not being safe.
Go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Court, all rise. Jury, find those locals. Please.
Court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Court, all rise.
As soon as he can. Well, he got to look up. We went to a sidebar, friend, and then after the sidebar, we ended up in a situation of, are we all the way live? We are. After a question of whether or not Suey was a mortal sin, we started tipping back off into the faith, and we ended up in a sidebar, and now it sounds like the judge has to look up something. So we'll finish with
Taking your spot. Too.
Yeah.
Right. I hear you.
Play my cards right. Yeah.
listen to this one. Shake off a little bit of what we just heard.
Not at all. We was up under a microscope. You know what I'm saying? We got crooked ass Compton police feeding these dudes downtown all the information. You don't understand, homie. Y'all need to be on our fucking side, homie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on Tupac's side and all these other dudes' side, they should be on our fucking side. We the one who's catching it. Had crooked Compton police, crooked Rampart. You know what I'm saying? Right. They telling them people downtown the FBI shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, we was up against it, homie. It's the shit that's coming out right now.
You know, maybe we can talk about that sensitive stuff, like, you know, on the streets somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, bring camera. So, okay, so, give me a second.
Go over everything.
Yeah, that's all good.
He gonna give me the green light.
Right.
Say yes or no.
Is it true that you went to the that Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony for Puffy?
Huh? Where you heard that from?
Him. He said it.
Damn. There's too many people, so you can't really get close to them.
Good, he confirmed it.
When?
Society will keep it out, all that shit. You know, and he like, man, post every quarter post him. He like $20,000 worth of clothes. Like, ain't that a bitch? So a couple of times I called Daddy's house. He never returned my fucking calls or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I guess he was just trying to wash his hands with us, whatever. I fucked it. And that's wrong. That ain't the way it goes, you know what I'm saying? Had your fucking back, supposed to have our fucking back. You know what I'm saying? He don't know what we was up against out here. You know, I hate I took that fucking phone call from his ass. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we wouldn't have the fucking cops on our ass. We wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Because me and Suge was friends, motherfucker. We've been knowing each other since we was 9, 10 years old. I'm tripping though. Yeah. I'm kind of mad at the dude, dog. You know what I'm talking about, Puffy? Yeah, I'm kind of mad at him.
And there was never any, after you stopped trying after a while, there was never any contact.
Yeah, no contact.
Yeah. Why? Let's go to Biggie. So he invited you to the Peterson Museum, to that vibe party. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said there were too many people there. The feds were there.
Yeah, he said that. He said that.
Right. So that wasn't the place or the time, right?
Hell no. The FBI there, they see us together. You know, they put shit together.
But why did you go in the first place?
Why did I go? Because he threw some action parties on me and all that. You know what I'm saying? We was just literally invited. You know what I'm saying? They kind of needed us. They should have kept us. You know, because probably still be alive today. You know what I'm saying? Instead of talking about the FBI around, I guess you were scared of us. I don't know. The FBI around. I guess the FBI was going to protect it, but it don't look like they protected you because he did. You know? Then 2-3 days later, Sergeant Reynolds pulled up talking about we killed Biggie. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Call the people downtown, crooked cops, man. That's bullshit, you know? Yeah.
So can you tell me definitively that you had nothing to do with Biggie's murder?
Nothing.
Can you give me a full sentence?
We had nothing to do with no Biggie Smalls murder. Biggie was our friend. Why would we want to kill our, you know? Yeah.
Why do you think people thought that?
Because of the money and all this old shit. And then the crooked cops just started fading the other day superior's head. You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. They know they did that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they telling the people downtown, the FBI friends, of course to get the heat up off them. Yeah. And we was up against it all. The mayor, even the mayor was against us.
I hear you. And when you say the money, you mean the money that was owed from Puffy?
Yeah.
Can you say that?
Well, the money that was owed from Puffy. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's why people thought that you killed Biggie.
Yeah, that's why they thought you killed Biggie, yeah. You didn't kill no Biggie, though.
So why did you agree to tell your story after all these years?
I agreed to tell my story?
Yeah, to us. I mean, I know why you told your story to police.
Saved my fucking life. And I was really facing the death penalty. Yeah. And I just didn't save my life, I saved my whole crew life. You know what I'm saying? They just would have put down like 48 indictments. All my big hitters, all my homies, all my family, even the plugs, the Colombians. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They had our ass, dog. You know what I'm saying? So, shit. Dude said he was from D.C. Then they used the psychology game on me. You know what I'm saying? Shit. That's how they got me, man.
And to us, why did you want to tell that story to us?
Because I felt we was betrayed. Then, you know, just the way we was done by the crooked cops, the media, everybody, you know what I'm saying? I was wronged. We was wronged, really, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Dude, they come raid our house. Sugar friends come raid our house, take our guns. You know, that shit wrong. Shit just totally wrong. You know, people think we was lying about the shit. Shit just hit the fan last week. We read you right, senior and junior. That you know they did crooked. Yeah.
Tell me about that. Like, 'cause I think you touched on it, but I want to know more about like Suge enlisting crooked cops to help him out. What was that about?
I don't know what the fuck it was about. It was smart though. King move. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know? Shit. What you do in the dark don't come to the light. That shit is for to hit the fan. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Like they say, you ain't bigger than the law. And FBI is a motherfucker. They take your ass down. Shit. I ain't no better than Noriega. I ain't no better than fucking Don Hussein. None of them son of a bitches. You know what I'm saying? John Gotti or none of them. They took them down. I'm a peon to them. You know what I'm saying?
But was that widely known that Suge was hanging around, was like protected by cops?
Hell yeah. Everybody knew that, yeah.
Knew what?
Knew that he was protected by crooked ass cops. Son of a dirty motherfucker. I wish I could tell you everything, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
tell you every fucking thing.
did that ever give you pause to fuck with Suge? Like, did you ever say I shouldn't fuck with Suge because you know these cops are gonna be on my ass afterwards?
You know, I'm more down with my nephew than I am down with Suge. Fuck Suge as far as coming to that. My family, I'm his uncle. I'm here to protect him. You know what I'm saying? And all that.
Was there ever a time where you felt bad about Tupac?
Was it every time I felt bad about it?
Yeah.
I wish it never happened. I lost my plug. You know what I'm saying? Colombian boy left. Went back to Bogota. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hated it happen.
Can you say what? So like you wish what hadn't happened?
I wish that never happened to Tupac because shit, it changed my whole fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug that I was making all them hundreds of millions with, fucking went to Bogota left. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to get caught up in our bullshit. And I wish I would have listened to him. I should have jumped on the plane with his ass to Bogota. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, that's my son. And my wife, they on my ass.
We're almost out.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, you have to repeat it because the phone was ringing.
Okay, about the Bogota?
No. About Tupac. Like, did you ever feel bad? I mean, this is a kid on, the prime of his life.
When people's in that back sound room typing like a mother.
An artist that everyone loves.
To me, it was an ignorant kid in the prime of his life doing stupid shit out here.
How so?
Also, he shot the police in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Jumped on my nephew, him and his little gang. You know, you're a rapper. Stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Stay in your fucking lane. You're not a gangster. You're a fucking rapper. I told you earlier. Stay in your fucking lane, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So he should have just stayed in his lane. I hate it happened to him. stuff like that. And, you know, it really changed my fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug left. Shit, I met him. I'm out of here. Y'all going to jail. Wish I would have been on the plane with his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I hate it happen, bro. You know?
If Tupac had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? The dude, you know what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob and that shit went through his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Shit went through his head. And shit, he's ignorant, so you run into a lot of problems out there trying to be a gang member. You know what I'm saying? But see, in our community, we try to get up out the game, like try to play sports, rap, and stuff like that. Try to get up out the game. Like our motive is to get up out the game, like get us a home, get us a
That's what the
family.
scripted part
These
teaches.
motherfuckers nowadays is got millions of dollars enjoying their fucking game. That shit is backwards. You know what I'm saying? Shit is backwards. Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, Justin Bieber, better listen. You know what I'm saying? You got all that money, get away from this bullshit. Because all it leads to is death, penitentiary, and heartaches for your family. You know what I'm saying? People out here, we grew up in this shit. You guys from another town, dude, need to leave that shit alone. Take it from Keffe D. Leave that shit alone.
So let me ask that question again. I really like that answer, by the way. I think it's true. It's like everyone's coming, you know.
Yeah, these dudes from Virginia, they come and be a game members. That's stupid. That's backwards.
So is
the real game members is trying to get up out this shit.
How breezy catch a strike?
If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day?
Yes.
Well, Kendra, they offered him 10 to 25. He like 53.
We were friends. We grew up
together.
together.
Something.
That's
life. And he's going to get life anyway if he get found guilty. He's trying to see what he can take.
That shit shouldn't have never happened. Because me and this guy grew up together. We was friends since we was kids. You know what I'm saying? I want to tell you the whole truth about this shit, about the balls.
That's okay, but this brings up a good question. Did Suge know that who he was dealing with Orlando? Did he know that he was your nephew?
I told you, Moon Man came and said, Keffe D nephew. LA Times, Keffe D nephew.
No, I don't mean then. I mean before.
What?
Before he kicked him in the head.
I don't know. I think that was a stupid choice. But he did say that night, he told them police that night that Keffe D nephew, Keffe D nephew. You know what I'm saying? He did say that. You know what I'm saying? He keep on saying he ain't said nothing. Bitch, you know you said something. You know what I'm saying? Why you use my name? That's what I don't understand. Right. You know what I'm saying? He trying to get me arrested too.
Right.
Yeah.
Orlando had a deal, right? To testify for Suge. Can you talk about that?
What's that?
You heard me. Orlando had a deal to testify for Suge at one point.
You taking all the stories out of my book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You make my book no good no more.
Hey, this is good promotion for your book.
What's that?
This is good promotion for your book.
Oh, you know about that too? You just told me about your book. No, I'm talking about the meeting.
Oh. I don't know. Is there any truth to that? That Orlando agreed to a deal to testify for Suge?
Okay, all right. Something. What's that? We're not gonna go to that one. Okay. I'm gonna save me something for my motherfucking book. God damn, no surprises. Hey, homie, yeah. You did your work though. I'm not even right? I see.
Well, next time we talk, I'm gonna drill you on those. There's no.
All right.
There's no escaping it. Nora, are we good? do you have anything?
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference,
Jesus.
I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago. And I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have, because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong. And she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to it said, go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'll be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury?
Well,
All right. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we'll return back to the trial. Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards
that last witness.
to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial. It's irrelevant. It is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right. And so because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right. And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So I'm sorry, but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all right. Jurors, can I close the notebooks? This way, please.
It's not his area of expertise. It's not. So to have him talk about it would be inappropriate. But raising your voice and clapping like I promise you, boo boo, is not it either. But to be honest, somebody could take it as it was inappropriate, but somebody could also take it as you're trying to make me remove religion so that she's not, so we don't have to look at her as guilty. And somebody may take offense to as if the religion part doesn't have anything to do with it. And then somebody else is going to take it as we shouldn't be looking at religion anyway. Unfortunately, everything has two sides. So I understand why, but for the person who is struggling with convictions, they may feel like that they were just like attacked for having them. But on the flip side, there's a difference between legally and morally. But unfortunately, this statute says that whether or not she knew it was wrong, legally or morally, and morally may include religion. So that's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one. And they can't go calling on Father Bob now. Yeah, they shouldn't have brought it in. I told you somebody's fighting for their life trying to keep their beliefs out of it. And every time they bring it up, that person's going to struggle. At least one out of those 18 people, even if they're not Catholic. I find it, if I was a juror, I find it hard to discard because she had a priest, a chaplain, and I'd find it hard to believe that she thought she was going to see that. And they already made a big deal about Father Bob. We know somebody's running back there. We know the chaplain kept talking to her even after she was in Duxbury, stayed with her through both the hospital and the rehab. So they're not going to be able to completely remove religion from it when that chaplain sat there and said, we prayed for her kids. You're not going to be, this witness is definitely not the witness to sit here and be able to explain that. Absolutely. That's 300% correct. But they're not going to be able to remove religion from this because you've had a chaplain come in. You've talked about her praying. You've talked about her going to mass. You talk about her feeling better after mass. Like they have actually brought in a lot more religion than the state actually.
So we will be in recess till
She shouldn't have been a witness. I don't know why that chaplain was
the
there.
anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments and charge would be on Wednesday. All right. Subject to change, as they always are. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right, so that is done for the day. We'll go back over to Mr. Keffe for just a second. Again, I won't be able to go all day with this, but we're going to finish the morning.
Like, how's the structure? Like, how's
They are typing away, baby. He talking, they are typing.
codes? Yeah. You look at me. Don't look at him. Okay. Like the codes of the street. Our game is built through respect and the work you put in. And as far as power, you know what I'm saying? That's the way our game is. You got the double OGs, OGs, OBGs, BGs, and the TGs.
Tell him where he was.
And the OTSs and the, that's where our game is instructed. So I could fall in the double OG, but I was there when the gang was. So this way it goes. People were, you either become a gang banger as you get older, or a gangster. Or go to school, or get a job. You know what I'm saying? By 25, that's when you determine whether you're gonna be who you're gonna be. You're gonna be a gang banger, a little, you know what I'm saying, drinking, smoking weed, stuff all day long, with the pants hanging down. Or you gonna get a job, that means you out the game. Or are you gonna become a gangster? You know what I'm saying? For the game. You know, that's where our game is structured, yeah.
Do you think that Suge ran the label like a gang?
Yeah. Yes. He kind of hired all gamers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He hired all gamers.
So who was he in the structure?
Who was Suge in the structure? I guess his money gave him the power. You know what I'm saying? How people listen to him. You know, money is power. You know, and shit. I guess they. Well, we knew he was a buster. The Crips did. I know our side of town did because we played football with the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I want to go back to the Biggie night. Where were you, and how did you hear that Biggie had died? Your phone's ringing. We're almost done. I got
you. She on me.
Just 5 more minutes, I promise.
Okay.
Where were you, and how did you hear that Biggie had died?
I was under the parking garage, and everybody ran back in up under the parking garage and said, "They just killed Biggie. They just killed Biggie." I'm like, "What?" Like, damn, that was fucked up. By then, all the LAPDs was there, and I was waiting on my car to get validated up out of there and shit. Validated up out of there. Then 3 days later, Comcast Compton police and crooked motherfuckers pulled nephew over and said, "You guys killing Biggie too?" I'm like, "Oh no, this is bullshit." You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. And they run down there. They just played dirty pool with us, dog. You know what I'm saying? I was really like the fall guy. To me, fucked over me, man. It fucked over my life.
But they cleared you, right? I mean, you're
But
not.
My life been fucked over ever since, homie. Just don't understand, dude. And I still gotta watch people. You know what I'm saying? To me, they violated my civil rights, my everything, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Did you suspect that somebody was casing the party, Bad Boy?
Casing the party?
Yeah.
You heard about that? Well, you're a motherfucker. Yeah, you did your little work. Yeah, they was up there. The Bloods was there. They came up there. I told Puff, you know what I'm saying? I said, y'all be careful. Them niggas is up here. And like, all right. And sure enough, it went down. Yeah. Sad.
You know, they come up here and get ate up out of it's a zoo out here, a jungle. Y'all coming from that little punk ass town, boy, the shit. Eat your ass up out here, boy. It's gorilla. I mean, this shit is lions, tigers, and bears.
Well, did you?
They will eat up the weak out here.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
My thing is,
how'd you feel about baby
didn't kill somebody and they violate your rights.
Oh, they kind of fucked me up, you know what I'm saying?
What
fucked me up. They, when Biggie got killed, kind of fucked me up. I'm sad behind it, everything, man. It was fucked up on it. And these bullshit ass cops gonna put that out in the media like we did that bullshit just to get the heat up off their ass. You know what I'm saying? But it's all gonna come out. It's coming out every day, homeboy. Believe me. Yeah.
All right, brother. I'm gonna set you.
And let my wife hit me. All right.
Oh, wait. Just sit here for 20 seconds with no sound. So don't make any sound. You just gotta record the tone of the room.
This is ringtone. In ringtone.
Okay, thanks, man. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's a good start.
Because our street.
Wait, stay there. Yeah, sit back. Just this question real quick. Sorry, I thought you were done. That was your only question before. Okay. So why Baby Lane?
Why did they be calling Baby Lane?
Why was Orlando? Yeah, tell me that.
Because he was born on Burrs Lane.
Sorry. Tell me the whole story, like the sentence. Orlando was called Baby Lane because
Orlando was called Baby Lane because he was born on Burrs Lane, the street Burrs. And they just called him Lane, short for Orlando. So he took our street name. And his pops was real high in the echelons of our gang. The founder fathers. So.
And the baby isn't because he had a baby face or anything like that.
Baby Lane, short for our street.
Right. And Keffe?
Keffe? We had like 3 Keffes in our hood. So they just broke them down and they just put Keffe D on it.
So they give you the initials so that
Yeah.
they separate you from the others.
Yeah. And that shit just went like a wildflower. Blew up, got rich, had all the money, all the women. Don't put that on there. My wife's gonna kill me. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have my wife deposit for that car too.
This has got to be the last one.
Okay. Original gangster, yeah. A double OG is a dude that's
I believe it.
you know, the founding fathers and stuff. You know, founding fathers of the gang. That's where our gang stopped at the double OG. And our youngest gang members is called TSs, Tiny Soldiers. Yeah. But we got like about 6 different generations. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
My wife wants that deposit for that car too. Yeah, she is on my. Yeah, she's great.
So why don't you talk to? Well, we gotta talk to you.
Call me.
Let's talk on the phone. Right. And then if you know if things get heavy for you, maybe we can just talk about Orlando and then leave it at that.
All right.
But these guys are expecting details from that night.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that dude.
I don't want to put you in the.
Even the Justice Department is DC.
Yeah.
I swear to God on me.
I hear you.
They had some major players on me, dog. The dude named Michael Terrell. Oh man. Yeah, he's a piece. He's head U.S. attorney of this area. We call his Bluebeard. That dude hated me on me. I swear to God.
Yeah. No, like I said, I mean,
come in the room like, y'all, I'm gonna deal with the fucking devil right now.
They're wrapping up.
Somebody's gonna wind up dead behind this. Like, sir, I swear to God, I swear to God, man, I'll be nice. I'll be good. I'm not the devil.
No, I mean, do what you gotta do. And then can we set up a date, Nora? Like an actual date where like there's no misunderstanding. You're here for this. Or we can go out to Vegas and what I wanted to do is for you to take us on the street. Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Yeah, right. Yeah.
A little funny. Yeah.
Hey, you know,
let me tell you,
they never, you know.
Like the dude, I seen Rick Ross at the airport. He just couldn't put my face on it. You know, man, he's like, know it? He said, bro, I know you from nowhere. I said, you don't want to know who I am, motherfucker. He's like, I know you. I'm like, yeah. You really want to know? Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
But it's 20th. Like my sister giving her, we giving her a 70th birthday party. The milestone 70. My sister. That's on the 29th. So I'm gonna be there in about 4 days before then. For a whole week.
Okay. Here, you mean?
In California. Yeah.
California.
The 29th of July.
But if we just wanted to come out to Vegas, can we do that too? I mean, I'm not joking about the street stuff. Yeah. Then you can just tell me on the street. It'll be different than this.
Yeah.
It'll be less formal.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see, we've been going for about an hour and a half. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you guys have to take a restroom break? Anyone? Raise your hand. Okay. If you want to just do maybe another half hour and then we'll take our lunch break. Okay, perfect. Do you need to use the restroom? Okay. All right, we will have to take our break now. So we will take a recess. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury. We'll see you.
Let's get to the break since we already missed it.
All right, did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You may be seated.
We need to get the witness.
Where's Mr. Dorsey?
I assume he's still back there with his
Okay.
brother. And Judge, if you just let us know when lunch shows up, we'll break.
Up to about 45 minutes.
Okay.
All right, we have Mr. Dorsey back. You're still under oath, sir. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may resume your questioning at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, that was the July 17th, 2017 conversation that we just listened to, correct?
It was the first interview, yes.
And then the second interview, and I have a copy of the transcript if you can look at it, was July 28th of 2017. Does that sound accurate?
Jesus.
We're just going to start playing that, Judge. And that is State's Exhibit number 122.
Okay. 122 is now playing.
Dear God, he didn't shut up, did he?
Back and thing? Can you come to
But your wife's got that business of hers or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So she'd have to give it up for you to come back?
Yeah. No, she with a corporation, so they'll move her around.
Oh, that's
Judge
cool.
say she won't come back.
Looks good. I mean, I see a white man in the background. Other than that,
Let me get out of here soon.
yeah.
Actually, I see a white man's torso in the background.
Sorry.
Where's Tara?
What's that?
Where's Tara?
Who's what?
Where's Tara?
Tara?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen her today. You said she called me and told me that you called her this morning, but I don't think she's in the office actually.
Chief, you mind looking up? Look at Mario for 1 second. I just want to make sure your background looks good. We'll be in business.
You're gonna be looking at me the whole time, so.
So Dave, I think it's hitting the whole thing. You want to raise it up and down. There we go. Just down. Slay the shoulders, right?
Hey, Eric. Yeah. No, we'll do this first. What the hell's happening over there? Did you get in touch with him? No, he's not picking up for Nora either. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's all right, right, Keith? You know what you're going to talk about, right? Do you need him here? He's not picking up.
What? When that light come, yeah, I do. Yeah. We already discussed that. I don't know what the fuck he up.
Me neither. Yeah.
I'm talking about we want. When?
Where'd he go? I need wing. I mean, I'm ready to start.
How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't see you. I mean, I'm here, dude. He's like, yeah, I do.
That's what we got. You know, we're going to talk a little bit about the fight. I told her, I'm not. I wasn't talking to her wearing no black stuff. You know what?
Told her that we was in the office today when we was arguing. I said, can you give me 2 weeks? She said, I said, I gave you 6 months. And she said, Keith, I got the people here, just shoot this, woo. So I was like, shit, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, you're going to do the whole thing again?
Yeah.
Okay, we can do a little bit of that. Yeah, sure. I mean, but you look great. I have it already. You don't have to go through the entire story.
I look great.
You look fine. Yeah.
To you.
To me. To everyone. To everyone who's seen it.
Hey, don't release that shit on the internet like they did last time.
No, of course not.
Who released that shit?
I wasn't even working here when that happened. I have no idea.
Did you hear about that? Yeah.
You weren't even working here?
I've been here for 5 weeks.
So he shot like a promo. He came in before Mario got hired and shot a promo, and then somebody like BET or somebody leaked it. On the internet.
I know. I actually was here, but I was here working on
Let's
Disaster.
talk about the other stuff then. We'll get to that. So I'm just gonna go back to the stuff that we talked about in the other.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we get to that. Yeah. Everybody ready to start?
Yeah, that's bad.
Can you give me a?
All right, here we go.
Oh, for this. Yeah. So be very close. Yeah.
Where do you think we'll start?
Just be careful 1 second. Yeah, just No, I didn't see it. See you anytime. Thank you. Okay, that's ours now. Okay, that one. I'm not seeing it. Oh, I just told them I thought it was fine. But, I see. I think the one good thing is on the 78, the 3.2 we have a lot of pushback. The issue is we got a lot of room on it. But anyway, we can do water. Right. You can't get water if you don't do something. All right, let's go. There. Yep. That's cool. I'm rolling. Yeah, how you are? Okay, guys, give me a second. So last time when we talked about, you gave me a little bit of your background. Where'd you grow up? What was Compton like when you grew up? Why don't we talk a little bit about that just to get us warmed up? Okay. Let me just move my chair up. So remember, you're going to be looking at me, and remember to try to speak in full sentences, right? I'm going to always stop you if you don't do it. So, okay. So I grew up in blah, blah, blah. It was, my neighborhood was this. Okay. I grew up in Compton. I moved here in 1965. And it was all white back then. We was the first black family on the street.
Oh, the bolstering.
It was pretty cool.
Maybe he was. I don't know.
Started moving in like 69, 70, 71. And, most, hold on. Sorry. No, I think it's a computer, yeah. Okay. I did. No, now you turn it on. Yeah. It's off. Go ahead. Okay, I grew up in Compton, 1965. Moved out there. We was the first black family on the street, literally in the neighborhood. So blacks started moving in about 69, 70, 71. Most families will have both of their parents, pops and moms and pops. The neighborhood was pretty nice, pretty green grass, and all that. And the gangs came in about 70, 71. And our neighborhood started gang banging in 1972. And what affiliation was the gangs? It was Crips and Bloods. And our neighborhood was U.S. at first. Then they turned to Crips in 1972. You were a good kid, you were telling me, right? Yes. Like you were a good student and all that stuff. Good student, how did you go? Tell me that, and then tell me how you fell in with gang activity. How I fell in with gangs? Yeah. Really, fell in with gangs. It was a fad around our neighborhood. I was a good student, but I still was a gang member back then. I used to be like the ball boy for Compton College, so I knew older dudes and stuff like that. That gave me more wisdom, whereas you played ball with Sugar, right? Yeah, played Pop Warner football at Greater Compton, Sugar North. His dad was a coach and stuff like that. Was he a cool dude? Yeah, he was cool, but back then he was like a year younger than us. Him and his cousins played on our team. He was twin. I went down one night and Sugar, and all three of them played on the team. His dad was our coach. Oh, really? Yeah. So at some point, you guys were tight, right? We were just football teammates. Yeah, we used to go to his house. We went in the games. Go to his house, go swimming. We used to go to his other uncle's house. Donald house too. We go swimming. We were at we win and stuff like that. So, let me check my notes here. When did you first hear about
death row.
Death row?
Yeah, about the labor and all that stuff.
1990.
Just tell me in the full sentence.
I heard about death row in 1990. Before Suge was even involved.
What was your impression like? You know, what were you? Is it true that you were somewhat involved at the beginning with them?
Yes.
Can you explain what that was?
I did the footwork for the project. I really didn't think it was gonna work. 2 years later, it came up.
So what was that for?
It was the footwork?
Yeah.
You know, just the footwork, basic footwork.
We have it on camera. You told me about delivering the money and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So can you expand on that?
You say?
Can you tell me about it?
I just did the footwork with the money part. That's all. Yeah. But I can't tell you what I did for it. You know what I'm saying? But did the footwork for the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think maybe Wayne's calling. Hey, Randy. Can you check to see somebody from the reception is calling me? Oh, he is. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you need to be in here.
Yeah. So, he's not gonna come for him?
Is that gonna come for me? I'll go get him.
No, I'll do it. Let me just finish this thought before we forget it. Like, you can wait for a second. So without naming names, what kind of people did you do the footwork for? Without naming names, what kind of people did you do the footwork for?
Bosses.
Yeah, but just, tell me in a full sentence. I did the footwork for...
I did the footwork for bosses. You know, me and Suge had the same boss, really. Yeah.
And was it drug money?
Yes, that's what it was.
In a full sentence.
Yes, it was drug money.
Yeah, so, let me get Wayne. We can stop down. Yeah, I mean, well, how much time do we have in that?
10 on these rolls.
Okay, yeah, let's just keep rolling.
I'm talking about me. Okay. Okay, hey.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I'm good. What we doing?
I feel everything jiggling. I feel everything jiggling.
So he in there talking to Dawson?
He's not gonna talk if you're not there.
Why he do that every time I'm in there?
What?
He supposed to be in there with me, dog.
Just come in.
What is so?
What's
more
headaches?
We hear you wake up. Stick to that. That's right.
Some bullshit, man. I made this happen. And he told my sister that, I swear to God, man. And she stressed me every motherfucking month for rent money. Because he told her that.
Just please come in. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked you over the door. I said, Shawty, I've been nervous, man.
It makes my life more difficult. Yeah, we're good.
He really crossed me. Nigga, no way in hell he let that book come out. He would have been when he said something about my brother. You know, they just showed him, huh? I ain't wrong, man. He hooked this up. Yeah, I'm a bad job on it. Matter of fact, I didn't even talk to him. I talked to him first about it. No, listen, I know we was already doing this house and all that, spending the night and all that.
Oh, you got out? He's talking to Tara, and Tara has to leave, so he's going to be here in 10 minutes.
Tara got to leave. Okay, I need to talk to her too, though. You go talk to her. You know what she is? Yeah. What's up, man? All right, you just can stop there.
I'll translate. Yeah. Right, basically, yeah. But that's a huge admission from an OG from Compton with verifiable connections to say on camera, yes. Straight from the horse. He's the go-between. Nobody's talking to him right now because he's cut off, but no, they fell out. Certainly not after Tupac Shakur.
I'll get Christian to get everything going, and then we can kind of figure out.
So I'll give it to you after. Yeah. I mean, I have to get it from them, but I can give it to you.
As soon as we get everything done today, we can probably.
Well, I wanted to go to Vegas. And, yeah.
Right after the hero show. How much do I have? 25 cheeseburgers. We probably can do 10 today.
All right, guys, it looks like I got 2 meetings tonight, so I have to, if I'm gonna get at least Lindsay recapped, I'm gonna have to go ahead and skedaddle. So I will see everybody, I believe, in the morning. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, we'll still do it in the morning. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, so, or late morning, so we'll try to work it all out. Yeah, I might be on a field trip. We'll see. But we know they started doing Marcus Conway, aka Yellow Beezy's jury selection this morning about 9:30 a.m. That was Central Time. So they've literally been at that for about 2.5 hours. No word from that yet. We're going to say a special prayer. I'm not saying anything happened, but it sounds like there was some melee outside of the federal building just because there was a lot of public interest in the Lil Durk trial. And apparently, even though they opened it to the public, they didn't have an overflow room. Like people wasn't gonna come see the Lil Durk trial, like it was a concert. So we know that our girl Mel, or I'm not a lawyer, but is out there on the ground, boots on the ground, covering that. So we're gonna pray for a hedge of protection over Mel, because people get crazy, okay? And I also heard that Trap Lord Ross was approached by somebody, so they better leave Mel alone, okay? That was Dallas, California, Nevada. I'll finish up Keffe D, and if nothing else, we'll at least listen to the rest of this for today. I'll get Lindsay Clancy recapped, and when we know apparently the evidence should be done by tomorrow, the rest of the charge conference tomorrow, and closing arguments on Wednesday. So we are going to be in verdict watch real soon for Lindsay, and I don't know what that looks like, because it looked like 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. It looked like a watch. I don't know if I would be amazed if they came to a conclusion, but we shall see. So I'll see everybody in the morning. I will continue to watch this, but I have to get ready for these meetings later and get me something to eat. So I will see y'all later. Oh, it don't have no. I didn't know there was an outro on there. What I do? Take it off or something?